everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
New star in Marvel. Chapter 101 to 130, Chapter 101. One man crashes a containment site. Apocalypse's Fourth Doctor, War. 1,149 words. Time seemed to freeze. Everyone watching the footage could see the Duke's face, pale at first, then flushed red, and finally turning an eerie shade of black. No one had the time or presence of mind to react. In that instant, Dr. Kondraki flipped the metal lab table with surprising strength. It slammed into SCP-083, shattering the circle of ritual symbols mid-incantation and stopping the spell. The chaos that followed was instantaneous. Bang! 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 7 rapid gunshots echoed in the containment chamber. Flames flared at the muzzle of Dr. Kondraki's silver-plated pistol. The bullets, glinting faintly under the emergency lights, struck the Duke square in the chest. One after another, the silver rounds tore through his body. Every spectator, both within the Foundation and those watching through the interdimensional broadcast, sat stunned. But Kondraki wasn't finished. With the same cool detachment of someone crossing off a grocery list, he reached into his lab coat and retrieved a sharpened wooden stake. He strode over to the still-writhing Duke of the End, leaned in, and muttered, "I've had this on my bucket list for way too long." And then, blackout. The screen went dark, cutting the feed. Yet the silence was short-lived. An uproarious wave of laughter erupted both inside and outside the screen. In the live chat overlaying the stream, the audience exploded with comments. WTF? Is Dr. Kondraki out of his damn mind? Cat urine and garlic juice. That's not science, that's witchcraft. Garlic, silver bullets, wooden stakes. What's next? 10 Bibles and holy water from Vatican stockpile. SCP-083's going to end up in therapy at this rate. This is absurd. I'm laughing so hard my ribs hurt, ha 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 ha. Within the SHIELD headquarters, several agents visibly struggled to suppress their laughter. A few failed, snorting into their uniforms while others bit down on their fists. Nick Fury was stone-faced, almost. He pressed his palm against his forehead and shook his head, exasperated. He muttered, "This man's psychological evaluation must look like a horror show." Yet despite himself, he couldn't help but wonder, did it actually work? Did Dr. Kondraki's bizarre gambit defeat SCP-083? On the screen, the footage transitioned again. The camera now focused on an auditorium. Dr. Clef, seated in the row just in front of James, was doubled over with laughter, pounding the armrest of his chair. He wheezed between laughs, this lunatic was born for this job. A new segment began. Post-incident debrief, DK-083. It opened in a dimly lit room. On one side of the table sat Dr. Kondraki, nonchalant and sipping from a paper cup. Opposite him was a stern-looking bald man in a dark suit, clearly from Site Command. The interviewer began, "Dr. Kondraki, how exactly did you come to the conclusion that SCP-083 shared vulnerabilities with traditional vampires? There is no precedent or research data suggesting this." This was the question everyone had in mind. After all, while the Duke displayed some vampiric traits, supernatural charm, aversion to light, there had never been a confirmation. So why garlic? Why silver bullets? Why a stake? Dr. Kondraki shrugged lazily. "I was guessing, honestly. My thought process was, either it works and I get to eat lunch, or I'm dead and someone else has to clean up the mess." "You improvised?" the bald man asked in disbelief. Kondraki straightened up slightly, his voice calm but confident. "Yeah. Total improv. My brain froze, so I went with gut instinct. Garlic, silver, wood. Basic vampire lore." The interviewer blinked, clearly struggling to maintain composure. "You're admitting you had no concrete plan?" That you faced a potentially catastrophic SCP with no formal protocol or backup. He's dead, isn't he? Kondraki retorted with a smirk. Mission accomplished. What more do you want? The bald man fell into silence, his expression unreadable. After a long pause, he finally said, Fine. One more question, Doctor. Shoot. Why cat urine? A grin tugged at the corner of Kondraki's mouth. Well, I figured if I was wrong, and it didn't work, at least he'd go out reeking like a litter box. He added, didn't expect him to react so violently, though. The live chat erupted again. Not the cat P****s. That's the nastiest Hail Mary play I've ever seen. SCP-083's dignity has been permanently neutralized. The mental image of the once terrifying Duke sputtering and convulsing after being doused in cat urine was just too much. And then came the final straw. Dr. Bright, seated a few rows in front of James, suddenly hurled his popcorn into the air. He jumped to his feet, red-faced, and shouted, I lost $5,000 on this idiot. Everyone turned. Bright fumed, I bet Kondraki wouldn't have the guts to actually throw cat P****s at 083. I figured, who in their right mind would? But this lunatic actually did it. He stomped the ground and cursed in at least 3 languages. I lost $5,000 because this maniac turned a vampire showdown into a Tom and Jerry episode. Even Nick Fury, ever the stoic, couldn't hold back a chuckle. He stared at the screen, shaking his head in disbelief. This is your 4th Doctor of the Apocalypse, he muttered. How the hell did this turn into a comedy? His curiosity shifted, however. How did Kondraki survive? No one was shown retrieving him. The feed cut off. Surely, a monster like the Duke didn't go down that easily. As if answering his question, the screen turned snowy and static. The narrator, the elderly voice from the previous briefings, returned. At the current time, we lack detailed records regarding how Dr. Kondraki survived the failed execution. All internal surveillance equipment in the chamber was destroyed during the encounter. The static continued for several seconds. But the voice continued. External security feeds later recorded Dr. Kondraki and SCP-083 leaving the facility, alive, approximately 30 minutes later. Both appeared damaged but walking. Following this, the site's command center declared a full red alert, activating Mobile Task Force P-2, Heroes of Hawthorne, to recontain SCP-083 and protect Dr. Kondraki. A pause. Then the old man sighed and muttered. In hindsight, it would have been more cost-effective to shoot Dr. Kondraki. Another wave of laughter rolled through both dimensions. Back in the viewing hall, James leaned forward in his seat. Victor Hale, sitting beside him, raised an eyebrow. That man is either a tactical genius or completely insane. I'm leaning toward both, James replied. Just then, Dr. Kondraki reappeared on the screen. He was sprinting down a dark corridor, his white lab coat scorched and fluttering behind him like a cape. A few bloodstains dotted his shirt, but he was alive, and yelling something unintelligible as alarms blared. A half-melted SCP-083 stumbled after him, trailing smoke, clawing at the air with fury. Kondraki screamed back, next time, I'm throwing dog poop. The screen faded out. Words appeared. To be continued. Get membership in Patreon to read more chapters. Extra chapters available in Patreon. Patreon.com/Dragonscribe31. Chapter 102, Chapter 102, The Crimson King's Offspring. Immortal Lizard vs. Duke. 1,119 words. Extra 70+ chapters available in Patreon. Discount code 6 times 10 to the power of 549. Just check it out, Heartsuit. underscore 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 underscore. The old man's voice came to an abrupt halt. In the live stream chat, the viewers were instantly thrown into suspense. What decision? What had just been decided? Before that question could even echo through the minds of the audience, the camera feed shifted again. A staff member stepped up with a microphone, walking briskly toward the familiar figure of Dr. Clef. Dr. Clef, the reporter began, can I ask your opinion regarding Dr. Kondraki's role in this incident? Clef raised an eyebrow, his eyes flashing with amusement. Of course, he replied smoothly, ask away. The reporter got right to the point. Do you think there was something wrong with Dr. Kondraki's termination plan? Unexpectedly, Dr. Clef responded with calm certainty, not at all. I see absolutely nothing wrong with it. The interviewer blinked. Seriously? Clef nodded, entirely unbothered. Exactly. Kondraki had a primary termination plan, a backup protocol, and a fallback contingency. The fact that it didn't work wasn't his fault. The unfortunate loss of MTF-P2 was an unpredictable result of moving a Euclid-class object. No one could have anticipated it. The reporter seemed to pause, then pressed further. But what if all of that wasn't a part of any plan? What if he just did what he wanted? Dr. Clef laughed aloud, throwing his head back. If that's the case, sir, then I'd have to say Dr. Kondraki is a raving lunatic with suicidal tendencies. Which he absolutely is not. The reporter simply stared back, silent. Clef's smile faded slightly. Wait, are you saying he did? The reporter didn't reply. Instead, he reached into his messenger bag and pulled out a thin folder. I have Dr. Kondraki's original termination plan right here, he said as he opened it and began to read aloud. Plan 1, use cat urine and a loaded pistol. Plans 2 through 5, wing it, adapt to the situation, get it right when the time comes, and put your head between your knees and kiss your ass goodbye. Silence. Dr. Clef's laughter died in his throat. Suddenly, everyone was laughing, the live chat exploded in hysterics. This guy's a genius. An absolute menace. The boat will straighten itself at the bridge. I'm howling. Ha ha ha. Even though I can't see Clef's face, I know exactly what it looks like right now. Dr. Kondraki is the face of the Big Four doctors now. War God confirmed. Back in the SHIELD command center, however, the mood was tense. Nick Fury, standing with arms crossed and brow furrowed, was utterly unamused. Everyone else around him was visibly struggling not to laugh. No one dared disrupt the silence while the director was fuming. Fury sighed and glanced back at the screen, the only one not laughing. How much worse could this ridiculous farce get? The interview faded to static as the scene shifted again. Surveillance footage picked up in black and white. Dr. Kondraki reappeared, barreling through the 7th floor of the Foundation facility. He was seen entering an isolated lab and forcibly retrieving a coiled prototype, a high-voltage cable made of SCP-143 alloy infused with nanocarbon threads. Just as he exited, the ground shook. A thunderous roar echoed through the compound. It was the Duke. I will tear you apart and turn you. Before the Duke could finish, a hail of gunfire opened up from the security forces. Da-da-da-da. Rifles fired in rapid bursts, but it wasn't enough. SCP-083, the Duke, withstood the barrage. Squads 4, 8, and 14 were eliminated in mere seconds. Dr. Kondraki, unfazed, swiped a pair of handheld speakers from a safe-class containment room and sprinted out. He turned sharply and entered corridor D3. The Duke, now frothing with rage, gave chase. His reason was gone. He was in pure bloodlust mode, tearing through containment doors and even walls. He wasn't just chasing, he was obliterating everything in his path. A 14-inch thick concrete wall collapsed like it was made of paper. Guards opened fire, but the bullets bounced off his supernatural form. Dr. Kondraki ran past a series of emergency access nodes, weaving through the maze of containment rooms until he reached the Keter-class section. At the final security gate, he came to a stop. His clearance level was insufficient to pass through. Cornered. He turned around and leaned casually against the wall, breathing steadily despite the chaos. From behind, the Duke emerged, his shadow covering the entire hall. Blood dripped from his mouth. His murderous aura filled the corridor like a thick mist. Kondraki still had that same cocky grin. The live stream audience was hooked. In the Shield viewing room, James narrowed his eyes. Even Victor Hale's expression had turned grim. Dr. Clef's voice could be heard faintly, grumbling in frustration. That lunatic, what is he trying to do now? Kondraki raised his arms. Well, look where we are now, Duke. The monster bared his teeth. Not interested. I already sealed the whole sector. There's no way out. He sniffed the air like a predator. You're trapped in here with me, Doctor. And I'll enjoy every second of it. Kondraki didn't even flinch. I figured you'd say that. I have to admit, this isn't the best spot for a last stand. But I do have one final trick. The Duke cocked his head. More of your butterflies? You can't hide forever. I'll find you. Oh, Kondraki smirked, raising the strange, cone-shaped device in his hand, a megaphone embedded with anomalous tech. I'm not hiding. I'm calling for help. Then, with exaggerated theatricality, he pointed the megaphone at the sealed door behind him. Let's invite our dear neighbor out for a chat, shall we? Every viewer in the chat froze. Neighbor? What was behind gate number 1? Back in the Shield command center, silence fell again. Fury leaned forward, his single eye narrowing. He didn't. James muttered under his breath, don't tell me that gate. Victor Hale's hands clenched. That's not a standard containment door. That's. The screen glitched for a moment, then returned. Kondraki pressed a button on the megaphone. A low-frequency hum shook the chamber. Then, from behind the gate, a roar. No, not a roar. It was deeper. Older. It sounded like the bones of the earth itself were groaning. Metal groaned. The gate bent outward. The Duke took a step back, uncertain for the first time. Something from within smashed again, this time, the blast cracked the outer frame. Dr. Kondraki didn't even blink. He just said, surprise, asshole. Let me introduce you to the Crimson King's unwanted cousin. To be continued. Get membership in Patreon to read more chapters. Extra chapters available in Patreon. Patreon.com/Dragonscribe31. Chapter 103, Chapter 103, the famous scene that shocked the two universes, 682 was written under the crotch. 1081 words. Dr. Gear's calm voice cut through the chaos like a blade. Everyone fell silent. Not just in the Foundation. Not just the live broadcast room. Not just the council chambers of the two universes currently watching from their respective command centers. But across both entire worlds. Dr. Clef blinked twice in disbelief. Dr. Bright leaned forward, jaw slack. Even James, who had maintained a professional demeanor throughout the entire event, was visibly stunned. Ride 682. He whispered the words like a curse. Was this some kind of joke? And then. The live stream exploded. What? Am I hallucinating or did Gears just say ride 682? Someone tell me I didn't just hear that. Please. 682. Keter class extinction level lizard god. Dr. Kondraki has finally lost it. Bro out here doing side quests like it's Red Dead Redemption. No joke, these people belong in the anomaly wing themselves. Even the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., who had been suppressing laughter during Kondraki's last stunt, stopped smiling. Their expressions twisted from amusement to something closer to horror. Nick Fury stared hard at the screen, his eye narrowing. Everyone in the room knew what SCP-682 was. A living, immortal nightmare. The hard-to-destroy reptile. A Keter-class nightmare entity that had survived more termination attempts than any other anomaly in Foundation history. Entire mobile task forces had been wiped out. Cities had nearly been flattened. Even SCP-076-2, the infamous immortal warrior known as Abel, had failed to kill it. And now, according to Dr. Gears, Dr. Kondraki had planned to ride it like a horse. Fury muttered to himself, if Gears wasn't kidding, then Kondraki had this insane plan from the very beginning. Back on screen, the implications of Gears' revelation were settling in. Clef sat there, visibly processing the words. He muttered under his breath, this absolute maniac. Then, like a dam breaking, he burst out, this goddamn lunatic. Before anyone could respond, the feed changed again. The old man's voice returned. Calm. Cold. Final. At this moment, Command Center Base 19 has made the decision to completely isolate floors 7 through 15 of Area 3. From top to bottom. Full lockdown. There was an audible hush in both worlds. With SCP-682 on the loose, SCP-083 still active, and Dr. Kondraki alive, we expect the three to continue attempting to destroy each other. Once we confirm significant weakening of all combatants, retrieval teams will move in. Until then, they are to be left to battle. He paused. Took several deep breaths. Then added in a voice laced with repressed fury. If anyone here ever again proposes this sort of reckless strategy, I would personally recommend the use of nuclear weapons instead. Everyone watching the stream was stunned. The Foundation hated Dr. Kondraki that much? Even Victor Hale, standing beside James in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s New York Command Center, exhaled slowly. I've heard of burning bridges, but this guy is digging tunnels under them with dynamite. The camera feed returned. Dr. Kondraki, disheveled and panting, appeared in view. He sprinted down a shredded corridor, barely dodging a flash of movement. Swish! A claw swept across the frame. 682 had arrived. Damn it! Kondraki shouted, narrowly dodging the attack. And then, like a shimmering mirage, a swarm of butterflies exploded around him. He vanished into the fluttering chaos just as 682's massive claws came down, hard. Boom! They missed and hit a reinforced alloy wall, slicing through it like tissue paper. 682 paused. Its prey was gone. It turned and saw the Duke standing frozen across the hall. There was a visible gulp. On screen, chat messages raced past like bullets. Oh no. Poor Duke. He was just here to kill a doctor, not die by Godzilla's angry cousin. He just got Uno reversed by fate. Before the Duke could react, 682 roared, a brutal, ancient sound that shook the entire camera. Then it lunged. Boom. It struck the Duke like a battering ram, sending him flying back into a broken containment wall. What followed was a display of pure, brutal savagery. This wasn't supernatural trickery. No warping of physics. No mind control. Just raw biological destruction. Flesh tore. Bones cracked. Screams echoed. And blood splattered across the shattered compound. 682, a walking apocalypse, launched strike after strike. Every blow should have ended the fight. But the Duke, cursed with near-limitless vitality, fought back. Claws met fists. Teeth met muscle. It was like watching two primordial titans from Earth's origin. The live stream chat went insane. This is the best fight ever. Who needs anime when you have this? Forget the Avengers. Give me Kondraki's League of Psychos. But even amidst the chaos, one truth became clear. The Duke could not win. He had strength. He had resilience. But 682 had immortality. For every wound the Duke inflicted, 682 regenerated within seconds, sometimes even mid-strike. The Duke? Not so lucky. He faltered. And 682 took full advantage. Wait, he's trying to say something. The Duke, breathless and bloodied, raised a hand. Wait. I don't want to. But 682 didn't care. Swoosh. In an instant, it lunged forward again. This time, it grabbed the Duke. Crunch. The sound was sickening. It tore off both of the Duke's arms. Then one of his legs. Screams echoed through the chamber. Before the Duke could even attempt to regenerate, 682 smashed him into a wall like a rag doll. And then it opened its jaws wide. No. No, 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 the Duke wailed. Gulp. Just like that, SCP-682 swallowed the Duke whole. The chat froze. Even the agents in S.H.I.E.L.D. couldn't look away. Fury muttered, "Holy hell." James stood speechless. Victor Hale just muttered, "That's a new one." But 682 wasn't done. With a strange pause, the immortal lizard reared up on its hind legs. Like a stallion. And then, from behind the scene, emerging like a scene from a fever dream, Dr. Kondraki burst out of the shadows and leapt onto its back. The chat erupted. No way. No way. Is he riding it? Dr. Kondraki has tamed the lizard. Kondraki raised one arm in triumph. Hyah, he shouted, slapping 682's hide like a cowboy breaking a wild mustang. The immortal reptile, as if recognizing him, let out a roar and charged down the corridor, with Kondraki riding it like a warlord on a prehistoric tank. Dr. Clef, watching from the Foundation command hub, had only one word. Insane. And somewhere behind layers of secured cameras, Dr. Gears simply smiled faintly. To be continued. Get membership in Patreon to read more chapters. Extra chapters available in Patreon. Patreon.com/Dragonscribe31. Chapter 104, Chapter 104, 682 versus 173. The Duke's End, Roar. 1008 words. The sound reverberated through the crumbling halls of Site-19. SCP-682, the monstrous lizard known as the hard-to-destroy reptile, let out a guttural bellow that sent tremors down the steel-lined corridors. Its claws tore into the ground as it charged forward, with Dr. Kondraki still firmly mounted on its back. And it wasn't stopping. Kondraki, still holding onto the improvised rein cobbled together from containment straps, guided 682 like a deranged cowboy riding the apocalypse. The direction. The staff quarters. The absurdity of the image froze the entire live stream chat. No way. This lunatic is riding 682 into the dorms. From Keter containment to employee housing, this is not a crossover episode, this is a full-on special event. I'm dying. He went from trolling the Duke to riding Godzilla like a pony. But even as laughter echoed across screens, a creeping sense of unease settled in. Dr. Kondraki wasn't done. And the Foundation's worst nightmares were only just beginning. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared. Covered in cracked plaster, its twisted peanut-shaped frame stood in the middle of the next room. Its wrinkled, moldy face was turned ever so slightly toward the oncoming reptile. SCP-173. The live chat froze. Wait. Peanut. They broke into 173's containment room. What the hell is happening? 682 and 173 in the same room. Even the most hardened viewers leaned forward. Every screen, every pair of eyes in two universes locked onto the moment. What happens when SCP-682 meets SCP-173? Inside the containment chamber, 682 skidded to a stop, claws scraping against the floor, leaving deep gouges. Dr. Kondraki nearly slipped from the force but steadied himself. Both the rider and the beast locked eyes with the anomaly before them. SCP-173 stood motionless. Everyone held their breath. And then, shockingly, 682 held its gaze. It stared directly at SCP-173. It didn't blink. Inside the command center of S.H.I.E.L.D., confusion broke out. Huh? Natasha Romanoff narrowed her eyes. How does 682 know the properties of 173? Nick Fury leaned closer to the screen. It shouldn't. They've never been housed together. Victor Hale stepped forward, arms crossed. That thing learns. Every failed termination, every anomaly it's seen, it remembers. But is it afraid? James asked quietly. Because it wasn't just that 682 wasn't blinking. It was tense. As if it genuinely feared the consequences of eye contact being broken. And if 682 was afraid, then the rest of the world damn well should be. In Kamartaj, the Ancient One furrowed her brow. How can this creature, this divine remnant, fear concrete? She didn't say it out loud, but she understood what they were seeing defied power scaling. 682 was a beast forged in cosmic malice. A possible spawn of the Crimson King. And yet it feared Peanut. Back in the feed, the tension shifted. With nowhere left to run and 173 staring unblinking, 682 began to thrash. It rammed its back into the walls and floor, nearly throwing Dr. Kondraki off. Hey, easy, Godzilla. Kondraki shouted, ducking as chunks of the ceiling fell. You just ate a vampire. Can we not have another breakdown before lunch? 682 growled in frustration, swinging its tail like a wrecking ball. Kondraki ducked again, leapt to avoid a beam, and then yanked hard on the rein. He grunted. All right. We're doing it your way. He checked a glowing panel strapped to his wrist, something that looked like a mix between an access key and a self-built SCP trigger. Then he pointed 682 straight toward the staff cafe. Let's make this stop dramatic, he muttered. Boom. The next wall crumbled as 682 crashed through into the living quarters, demolishing the employee common area like paper. In the live stream, someone screamed. The cafeteria. Not the microwaves. Dust and debris flew. Tables shattered. Dishes scattered. Kondraki waited until the exact moment 682 stomped into the heart of the cafe. Then, he pulled the reins hard. With the force of a gymnast, he launched himself up and over the lizard's jagged skull. Triple spin. Full twist. Midair somersault. What is this, the SCP Olympics? Kondraki sailed through the air. Then, snap. 682 turned, jaws wide. It bit into him. Fangs like railroad spikes pierced through his chest, blood spraying across the shattered tile floor. Damn it. Kondraki screamed as he slammed into a nearby counter, knocking over a coffee machine. He hit the ground hard, twitching, and then rolled to the side, panting, bleeding, and somehow still conscious. The audience watched in disbelief as he crawled to a half-collapsed table and sat on a cafeteria chair like it was a throne. 682 loomed over him, blood dripping from its maw, its fangs stained crimson. You, it growled, voice guttural and ancient, are the single most irritating, illogical, and insufferable being I have ever encountered. Dr. Kondraki chuckled hoarsely, coughing blood into his hand. Takes one to know one. You will die here, 682 snarled, and the world will be better for it. Fair, Kondraki wheezed, but that's the first thing you've said that I actually agree with. Ruo rare. 682 lunged. Crack. The feed cut. Silence. No final word. No warning. Just teeth closing and darkness. The chat froze in stunned disbelief. Did he just die? Wait, what? 682 ate him. No way. Kondraki can't just go out like that. He has a whole-ass interview later. That's a spoiler-proof character shield. Back in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s command center, even Natasha Romanoff looked shaken. She turned to Nick Fury. He's not really dead, right? Fury didn't answer immediately. Then, with a slow sigh, he folded his arms. You forget, Dr. Kondraki has a magical assistant. Victor Hale snapped his fingers. SCP-408. James nodded. The butterflies. Natasha's eyes lit up. You think they helped him escape? Fury narrowed his eye. We're not dealing with a normal man. He's survived every self-made disaster he's ever created. If anyone can come back from being swallowed whole. He let the sentence hang. Because in the background, one tiny butterfly floated through the rubble. Still glowing. Still alive. To be continued, get membership in Patreon to read more chapters. Extra chapters available in Patreon. Patreon.com/Dragonscribe31. Chapter 105, Chapter 105, Antimemes, Unknown, there is no Antimemes division here. 1032 words. Get membership in Patreon to read more chapters. Extra chapters available in Patreon. Patreon.com/Dragonscribe31. Dr. Kondraki walked out of the smoking ruins of Site-19. Carrying the Duke's skull. Blood still dripped from the massive bone like rain off a blade. His coat was torn, burned, and soaked in grime. And yet, he strolled as if he were returning from a casual evening jog. The moment this image flickered across the live stream feed, both worlds lost their minds. The chat erupted like a volcano. WTF. He actually did it. He killed the Duke and took his skull. This is so metal, I need an exorcism. Dr. Kondraki breaks every law of physics, logic, and containment protocol, and walks away like a hero. But amidst the awe and meme-worthy reactions, a sobering realization dawned on everyone. This man had just turned Site-19 into a battlefield. And he was just leaving. Hold on. He's really walking away. What about the dozens of breached SCPs? Is he seriously not going to clean up any of this? Even inside S.H.I.E.L.D., where high-level agents had seen more anomalies than most living beings could comprehend, the silence was deafening. Nick Fury stood stiffly, jaw clenched. His eye twitched once, a sign of deep, world-ending frustration. I told him to terminate 083, he muttered. He terminated the entire facility. No one replied. Because the list of casualties hadn't even been updated yet. 682 had been released. 173 was loose. Entire wings of Site-19 had been pulverized, imploded, or simply vanished. And Kondraki. He just wiped his hands clean and strolled out like a rogue cowboy in a black comedy. I finally get what that old man meant, Fury murmured. He said, looking back, it would have been cheaper to shoot Kondraki. Now I understand. At this point, the threat level of Dr. Kondraki had officially surpassed multiple Keto-level SCPs. He was no longer just a doctor. He was a force of entropy. And the video file ended. The auditorium in Site-19 headquarters descended into chaos. A dozen researchers stood up at once. I can't believe this guy's our superior, one doctor shouted. He destroyed the largest foundation base like it was his backyard sandbox. I kind of want to call him a jerk and walk out, another muttered. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed behind the crowd. What are we all watching? The room went silent. Everyone froze. One doctor, still facing the screen, replied without thinking, just footage of our boss raising Site 19 to the ground with a goddamn lizard. Oh. Sounds impressive. Someone elbowed him, panic dawning. Dude, turn around. Huh? Why? He turned. And found himself face to face with Dr. Kondraki. Still blood-stained. Still holding the Duke's skull. Smiling. Now that's a conversation I like to hear, Kondraki said cheerfully. The doctor's soul visibly exited his body. I think I forgot something in the lab I should. Hey, don't run just yet. Kondraki slung an arm over his shoulder, grinning at the rest of the room. Anyone want popcorn? Sweat instantly coated the terrified man's neck. Fortunately, Kondraki only chuckled and waved him off. Relax. I only eat vampire dukes now. The man nearly tripped in his hurry to escape. Soon, the room cleared out, leaving only a few familiar faces, Dr. Clef, Dr. Bright, and James. Even someone as shameless as Kondraki looked a little awkward. What, he said. Wasn't the mission to terminate the Duke? I did that. Dr. Bright walked up, clapped him on the back, and said with a smirk, oh, absolutely. You terminated him. And a cafeteria. And a floor. And our sanity. He walked off, chuckling. Dr. Clef followed, arms crossed, a lopsided grin on his face. Next time I need a nuclear option, I'll give you a call. That one stung. Kondraki turned toward Dr. Gears, hoping for something less sarcastic. Hey, Gears, can I get at least a pat on the back? Gears looked him over, nodded solemnly, and said, congratulations. That's it. But the man was already walking away. Kondraki turned to the last remaining person, James, who was quietly collecting his notebook. What's with them? Kondraki asked. Why does it feel like everyone's acting like I nuked the building? James paused. Maybe because you did. Kondraki frowned. I call it strategic demolition. James smirked. Sure. And I call that a very public rebranding campaign. Kondraki blinked. Wait, what do you mean? James pointed up. Kondraki turned and froze. A large banner hung above the room. Congratulations, Doctor. Kondraki, famous again and still employed. You've gotta be kidding me. James patted him on the shoulder. You're trending across 2 universes. Enjoy the fame. He turned and walked out. Kondraki stared after him, caught between pride and the creeping dread of paperwork. Moments later, in the hallway outside the conference room, James was intercepted by a camera crew. Excuse me, sir, the interviewer said politely. Mind answering a few questions? James gave a polite nod. Depends on the questions. First, how would you assess the success of the 083 termination operation? James answered without hesitation. The mission was successful. The interviewer blinked. Really? But what about Site 19's destruction? James' smile faded. I feel sorry for what happened to Site 19. Then, in your opinion, the reporter pressed, is Dr. Kondraki a potential threat to the Foundation? The hall grew still. James didn't speak for a moment. Then, with calm finality, he replied. No comment. He turned and walked off. Back in S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury had been monitoring the conversation. And he didn't like what he saw. He's hiding something, Fury said quietly. Victor Hale nodded. He chose not to comment on a doctor who rode 682 and destroyed half a base. That's not nothing. Fury didn't say it aloud, but one phrase kept echoing in his head. There is no antimemes division here. Which was strange. Because according to S.H.I.E.L.D. records and several missing pages from their cross-dimensional Foundation liaison report, there had been an antimemes division once. But now. Nothing. No records. No logs. No memory. Just a strange absence. One that made even Nick Fury uncomfortable. Because when you forget something without realizing it, it usually means someone doesn't want you to remember. To be continued. Chapter 106, Chapter 106, No Antimemetics Division. SCP. 1089 words. Does not exist. These two lines of text appeared on the screen, and James' eyes twitched involuntarily. It finally made sense now. That unsettling feeling he had earlier, it had a source. A bizarre, abstract itch at the edge of his memory. It was SCP-055. That anomalous object's defining characteristic wasn't its appearance or origin, but the simple, terrifying fact that you couldn't remember it existed. Even now, as the audience in the live broadcast stared at the text, an eerie silence swept through the Marvel world. Wait, what? This anomaly makes you forget it even exists. This is insane. No way this is real. Inside the S.H.I.E.L.D. command center, the mood turned grim. I don't know who documented it, or how it was collected. Even its true form has been completely forgotten, Nick Fury said slowly, his one good eye locked on the screen with focused intensity. SCP-055 had no monstrous claws or cosmic ambitions. It didn't rampage like SCP-682. It didn't break reality like SCP-2317. No, its power was subtler and far more terrifying. It simply erased itself from memory. Quietly. Invisibly. Permanently. And that made it more dangerous than any weapon or beast. The fear it instilled wasn't the kind that made people scream, it was the kind that made people doubt their own minds. How many people had already encountered SCP-055 and forgotten? How many had died because of it? How many systems had it breached without anyone ever noticing? Fury whispered the term under his breath. Anti-meme. The word lingered ominously in his mind. On screen, new information suddenly updated. All of these conditions are periodically rediscovered by readers of this document, usually by accident, causing severe alarm. These distressing conditions last no more than a few minutes before being forgotten. A large amount of scientific data about SCP-055 has been recorded, but it cannot be studied. Multiple attempts have been made to destroy or relocate SCP-055 from Site 19 to Site 107, but all attempts have failed mysteriously. SCP-055 may pose a severe physical threat. It may have already killed hundreds, and we have no way of knowing. Due to its extreme memetic/psychic hazard, it is classified as Keter. The live broadcast exploded with heated debate. This is why it's Keter class. Not because of raw power, but because no one can remember how dangerous it is. Wait a second, what if the door was already open, and whoever opened it forgot immediately? That's the horror. Not knowing what you've forgotten. Hell, this is more terrifying than SCP-682. Back at S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury's thoughts ran deep. He replayed the word in his mind, memetic. He'd studied memetics before, anomalous information that could infect and alter cognition, much like a virus infects cells. A meme was informational contagion. It didn't need weapons. It simply needed to be understood to cause harm. But this was the reverse. Anti-memetic. Fury muttered, if a meme spreads an idea, then an anti-meme erases it. A concept that hides itself. A self-canceling truth. His fingers clenched around his notepad. He finally understood, SCP-055 wasn't just a threat, it was the perfect blind spot. On screen, James held a thick file in his hand, silent and still. His eyes were locked on the open containment door ahead. The silence seemed to stretch for eternity. Then, after a long hesitation, he reached forward and calmly closed the door. Click. He turned away from the chamber and took out his phone. The screen lit up. "This is the overseer," a woman's voice answered on the other end. James didn't waste time. "I'd like to ask about SCP-055. There was a brief pause. "What number?" "SCP Object 55. Located at Site 19, James replied. More silence. Then the voice replied, sounding puzzled, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't believe we have a 55. Those words made James freeze, and all of Marvel's world watching did the same. No SCP-055. Then what's in the chamber he just sealed? Inside S.H.I.E.L.D., agents looked to Fury. His brow furrowed as he muttered, even the overseer has forgotten it. On the screen, James' fingers turned pale as they gripped the phone tighter. His expression was grim. I'm at Site 19, he said slowly. The door to SCP-055's containment room was wide open when I got here. Ah? The overseer's voice trembled with confusion. I don't know what that is. James took a deep breath. Then tell me, do you recall any containment items numbered from 2 to 100? Containment items. Oh. Yes. Those exist. Everything in that range is documented. James allowed himself a small sigh of relief. So you do remember now? No, the overseer said after another long pause. I mean, I don't know what it is, but I know something is there. It's something no one can remember. But it's there. It's Keter class. The live broadcast's audience finally exhaled collectively. So it was true. People might forget SCP-055, but its metadata remained. The records still existed. But just as things seemed to settle into a strange, fragile logic, something shifted. James' expression on the screen changed. He looked confused, disoriented. He blinked, then slowly asked. What is Keter class? A jolt of silence hit the audience like a punch to the gut. Even the overseer on the other end gasped. Doctor, you just said you were in SCP-055's containment chamber. James looked down at the chamber number, clearly printed on the sealed metal door. Recognition flickered in his eyes. He whispered, I've been affected by it too. In S.H.I.E.L.D., a complete hush fell. Fury stared at the screen, speechless. Not even the sharpest minds in the Marvel universe had a comment. It was a moment of pure cognitive horror. James had seen the door. Read the files. Understood the danger. And still, even he wasn't immune. An anomaly so powerful, it didn't need to attack. It simply erased itself. The nature of SCP-055 was no longer just a theoretical problem. It was a ticking time bomb, hiding in plain sight, and even the most prepared minds were vulnerable. Nick Fury clenched his jaw. Victor Hale, get me the Anti-Memetics Division. Now. But Victor Hale, sitting beside him, hesitated. He frowned. Sir, what division? Fury blinked. The one that. His sentence trailed off. A creeping chill ran down his spine. What division? There wasn't one listed. He turned to the directory screen. Nothing. No department named Anti-Memetics. It didn't exist. Or rather, it had existed. But they'd all forgotten. Get membership in Patreon to read more chapters. Extra chapters available in Patreon. Patreon.com/Dragonscribe31. Chapter 107, Chapter 107, the anti-memetics department forgotten by the world, I found you. 1,047 words. Just 3 files. The audience watching the Marvel Universe's live broadcast couldn't hide their disappointment. After such a thrilling introduction to the anti-memetic horrors of SCP-055, they had been hoping for a deeper dive. But only 3 documents appeared. Worse still, one of them was SCP-055, which they had already seen. But then, someone made a sharp observation. Wait, there are 3. That meant SCP-055 wasn't the only entity connected to anti-memetic phenomena. Suddenly, the audience buzzed with speculation. If James only found 3 files, could it mean the others were erased? Were his memories tampered with? Or is this all that remains? Everyone's attention focused back on the screen, anticipation building. What secrets were buried in James' lost memories? The scene shifted. A stern-looking woman stood beside James. Her sharp features were carved from ice, and her voice matched the chill. The O5 Council has approved your request. You are hereby granted temporary operational authority over Mobile Task Force Eta-10, see no evil. As her words ended, a prompt materialized on the screen. Mobile Task Force Eta-10, see no evil. Task Force Mission, Eta-10 specializes in the investigation, acquisition, and initial containment of objects or entities that display visual cognitohazards, visual mimetic agents, or any phenomenon requiring indirect observation to ensure safety. The Marvel audience blinked in surprise. Then chaos. Wait, what? He's being given control of a full task force. That's insane. When did the Foundation ever hand out power this easily? The O5s must know something big is coming, or they're using James as bait. This guy's pulling off the craziest campaign we've ever seen. Inside S.H.I.E.L.D., agents murmured among themselves. But it was Natasha Romanoff who raised a crucial point. Her voice was calm, but her words were piercing. Hold on, if there's a task force that handles memes, shouldn't there be one for anti-memes? Nick Fury's brows furrowed. The question caught him off guard, but it made too much sense. He turned back to the screen, watching the overseer. Her demeanor remained unchanged, aloof, precise. But now, Fury was uneasy. The Foundation had just given James authority and support out of nowhere. That wasn't standard protocol. Unless the Foundation was already aware of a larger threat, and they couldn't handle it alone. Fury clenched his jaw. Was there an anti-memetics division they'd all forgotten? Was it possible? He wanted to say no. He wanted to laugh off the thought. But in his gut, the chill wouldn't go away. James remained silent. He didn't ask for an explanation. He didn't say thank you. He simply took the file handed to him and stepped forward. The overseer followed without a word. He placed the file on the desk and slowly opened it. SCP-2256. Project name, Big Thing. Item hashtag, SCP-2256. Object class, Euclid. The moment the number appeared on the screen, the audience fell into stunned silence. Another anti-memetic entity. Before anyone could speak, the overseer posed a direct question. There are over 100 documents flagged with memetic or anti-memetic traits. Why choose these 3? James responded in a low voice. Because these are the only 3 I remember seeing. His words hung in the air. He didn't elaborate. He simply ran his fingers along the edge of the file, lost in thought. The overseer said nothing. She merely watched him, her expression unreadable. Special Containment Procedures. All information related to SCP-2256 possesses a slow anti-memetic erosion effect. The more detailed or accurate the description, the faster the degradation of the storage medium. High-resolution text, electronic records, or photographs decay rapidly. Handwritten notes, sketches, and simple analog formats persist longer. As such, only rough, low-detail digital records are permitted, while critical information is to be preserved in physical hard copy at Repository 1-053, Site 19. These data must be routinely monitored for corruption. No known technology can prevent or reverse the anti-memetic erosion once it begins. The live chat exploded again. Holy hell! This one corrupts files based on the detail level. So it's like a virus that eats information. It's like reality doesn't want this thing to be remembered. Inside S.H.I.E.L.D., Fury's eyes narrowed as the file continued to scroll. The description added another layer of horror. This anti-memetic property persists. SCP-2256 is classified as Euclid. However, the entity is considered extinct, and no additional containment is currently required. That line hit like a thunderclap. Extinct. Natasha Romanoff whispered. Fury exchanged a glance with Victor Hale, who was just as confused. Anti-memetic entities were dangerous enough when active, but an extinct anomaly still corrupting memory and storage. It sounded paradoxical. But the horror was only beginning. Description: SCP-2256 is a colossal animal species that once inhabited the Polynesian Islands in the South Pacific. This species evolved a basic anti-memetic camouflage, a primitive cognitive defense mechanism. As a result, creatures capable of perception or memory are unable to retain information about it. This ability likely developed as an evolutionary trait to avoid predators. Stark Tower, Manhattan. Tony Stark stared at the projected screen hovering in midair. It evolved the ability to be forgotten. He ran a hand through his hair. So there are creatures out there with natural anti-memetic camouflage. We're not dealing with science anymore. This is biological magic. Back on screen, James flipped the page slowly. The document was hand-sketched, written in faint graphite, and clearly worn by time. Despite its physical simplicity, it felt heavier than steel. SCP-2256 had existed in the world, and no one remembered it. Not the people, not the scientists, not the Foundation itself. And still, its influence lingered. It was a remnant of a world we had already forgotten. And if creatures like this had already been lost to time, how many others had simply vanished from the annals of memory? James closed the file, eyes unreadable. He picked up the second folder. The audience leaned forward. Come on, show us the second one. This is getting insane. James opened the second file slowly. The title was blurred, half erased. But one thing was clear. This wasn't just about forgetting anymore. This was about a war waged in silence, buried beneath the layers of cognition itself. And James had just stepped into the front lines. To be continued. Get membership in Patreon to read more chapters. Extra chapters available in Patreon. Patreon.com/Dragonscribe31. Chapter 108, Chapter 108, The Incredible One, The End of the Universe. 1,148 words. Just look. The screen on the glowing light curtain flickered to life, revealing a shadowy yet familiar scene, the top-secret conference room of the SCP Foundation's Overseer Council. 4 council members were seated at the long, obsidian table. Their numerical designations, 1, 2, 10, and 13, were all that distinguished them. Each of their forms remained hidden in darkness, their identities completely obscured. Standing beneath a large projector was a lone figure, James. He was composed, calm, and unshaken, despite standing before the most powerful decision-makers in the entire Foundation. From the outside, it looked like he was giving a report, though the weight behind it felt far more personal, urgent. The audience in the live broadcast room watching all this unfold collectively blinked in confusion. Wasn't James, the former head of the Anti-Memetics Division, supposed to have been missing or forgotten? Then what was happening here? And then, James spoke. His very first sentence shook the entire Marvel world to its core. I was able to remember some things by injecting a Class X memory strengthener, he said. There was a brief pause. James's gaze lowered, searching for the right words. Rather than a recollection, he finally said, "It's more accurate to say that I deduced a complete story, constructed it from scattered pieces of data that I found." One of the shadowy figures nodded slowly. "About Marion Wheeler, and the anti-memetics division that may have existed." A doubtful voice interjected, this time from Counselor 2. "As far as we are aware, the Foundation has never had an anti-memetics division." "And Marion Wheeler? She's just a name in archived records. No one remembers her." "Exactly," James replied, his voice steady and deliberate. "That's the problem. My task isn't to act as your technical consultant. It's to uncover the truth." Counselor 2 opened his mouth to speak again, but was silenced with a gesture from Counselor 1. "James," 1 said. "Please continue." Without another word, James placed a small VHS tape into the projector's slot. Video file, recorded on December 8, 2016. The light dimmed slightly as the screen changed. Now shown was a quiet, still lake. Mist clung gently to the surface of the water. A small wooden boat floated near the center of the lake, and inside it lay a frail, elderly man curled into a fetal position. He was so emaciated that he looked barely the size of a 10-year-old child. The wind played with the last strands of his silver-white hair. The sunlight warmed his sunken cheeks. Despite the tranquility of the scene, a feeling of deep melancholy hung in the air. Then, another figure appeared. A middle-aged woman walked up to the boat's edge. Her features were striking only in their ordinariness: plain clothes, short brown hair, and a plastic medical kit clutched in one hand. Marion Wheeler. The moment she stepped into the frame, the overseers stirred uncomfortably. They did not recognize her. Yet some part of them did. Deep within, some buried reflex flinched. Counselor 10 whispered, "I don't know her, but I feel like I should." Counselor 2 nodded slowly, brow furrowed. The broadcast continued. "Elle, you can get up now," Wheeler said softly. She rolled up her sleeves, placed the kit down, and retrieved a syringe. The old man in the boat slowly blinked awake, confusion etched across his face. He stared at the syringe. "Class X memory strengthener." Counselor 2 muttered aloud, recognizing it. As if in response, a new system overlay appeared on the projector. System notice. Class X memory strengthening agent. Originally developed as an anti-aging serum, it rejuvenates the body and mind up to a data expunged year threshold. However, the effect is temporary and fades within hours. Side effects include a sudden return of all suppressed time, leading to extreme physiological damage known as reverse slam. Safe use is limited to rejuvenation periods under 30 days. Exceeding 16 to 18 months of rollback is invariably fatal. Inside SHIELD headquarters, Director Nick Fury slammed a fist against the table. Damn it. If the serum's that unstable, James could be in danger. On screen, James indeed appeared paler, slightly trembling. The serum was clearly taking a toll on his body. But the memory it recovered, that was invaluable. Back in the footage, the old man's gaze focused on Wheeler. His foggy expression cleared. "Wheeler," he said, recognition flooding in. Wheeler knelt beside him, her voice gentle. "Elle, you died. Surrounded by family. They cried, they mourned, and now your funeral is being prepared. But you're already gone. This moment, right now, is something else entirely." She paused before continuing. "When you retired from the Foundation, we did what we do with every retiree. We helped you forget. You agreed to it. We all did. The medicine took everything away, the horrors, the burdens, the secrets." She straightened his rumpled sleeves and added softly. "When you walked away, you believed you were a retired FBI agent. And you lived like that for years. It was what you wanted, what we all wanted for you." The viewers began to realize the gravity of her words. This frail old man wasn't just any retiree, he had been someone of profound importance within the Foundation. But you, Wheeler continued, you agreed to something more. You agreed to remember when the time came. I've just administered a serum that reverses cellular aging. That includes the brain, L. You'll start remembering everything. Do you? The old man blinked, breathing heavily, and nodded. Yes, he said faintly. I remember. Wheeler smiled. And do you remember who you are? There was a moment's silence. Then he spoke with conviction. Dr. Lynn Patrick Marnus, Foundation employee. Founder of the Anti-Memetics Division. Those words hit like a bomb. The live chat exploded. Gasps filled the conference room. Even the shadowed overseers flinched in disbelief. Founder. Counselor 2 turned sharply to 10. Do you remember anyone by that name? Or this woman? 10 shook his head, visibly disturbed. They couldn't recall either. Yet the truth rang clear. This was no lie. Back in S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury exhaled heavily, rubbing his temples. The deeper they went into this rabbit hole, the more twisted it became. Every forgotten name brought forth more questions, not fewer. James, still standing in front of the projector, let the silence linger. Then he said, "This is the reality we live in now. One where the truth has been deliberately erased, buried by systems designed to make it vanish from not just files, but from memory itself. That's why I had to risk everything. Because even if everyone forgets, someone has to remember." His eyes scanned the overseers. I remember Marion Wheeler. I remember Lynn Patrick Marnus. I remember the Anti-Memetics Division. And I remember what they tried to stop. The camera zoomed in on his face. Weak. Pale. But burning with conviction. Get membership in Patreon to read more chapters. Extra chapters available in Patreon. Patreon.com/Dragonscribe31. Chapter 109, Chapter 109, The Anti. 1,126 words. An anti-memetic bomb. And they used it to blow up the unbelievable. The audience watching the live stream was stunned into silence. On screen, an elderly man with half his brain misaligned, anchored mentally in the 1970s, began to speak clearly, as if flipping through the pages of an invisible history book that only he could see. We began redesigning the third prototype, he said, voice steady. But by then, oversight protocols were starting to break down. We weren't sure if the project leads even remembered us. Or that we ever existed. The concept of antimemes clicked into everyone's mind at once, something that erases itself from memory, even from reality. He continued, there was a cult incident in Ohio. It was wrong, everything about it. In just a few days, it went nationwide. The news was saturated with it. But it was impossible, no idea can spread so fast without something unnatural driving it. The old man's eyes darkened. The cult's beliefs were aggressively contagious. The opposite of incredible. They couldn't be forgotten. That's when their bomb became relevant. It wasn't designed to kill bodies, it was made to erase concepts. They sought guidance from their superiors. There was no reply. The viewers could all imagine the scene, a memetic plague sweeping through society. Not a biological virus, but an idea that infects minds, leaping from person to person faster than logic could explain. Nick Fury, watching from S.H.I.E.L.D., turned pale. How do you fight a threat you can't remember exists? Then the old man dropped a bombshell. 8 days into the outbreak, the Foundation came. They seized everything, our research personnel, resources, including me. Those who didn't cooperate were mind-wiped and returned to the army. Then we detonated the second anti-memetic bomb. The cult was gone. Completely. 0 casualties. No one even remembered it existed. The live chat exploded with disbelief. One bomb and the cult vanished. Not even a nuke can do that. It erased concepts. This is next-level SCP power. Even within S.H.I.E.L.D., agents sat frozen in awe. Fury muttered, even ideas can be destroyed. The old man's tale continued. After joining the Foundation, our work accelerated. Each tech breakthrough helped us discover more hidden SCPs. I passed field trials and joined the ghost hunting unit. My life was changed forever. But then his voice dropped. He looked toward Wheeler, and his words became heavier. There's one SCP your department has never encountered. One we failed to contain, the escapee. That's what you came for, isn't it? The escapee. That name turned heads even among the supervisors watching. There was indeed a file by that name, SCP-3125. Could this be connected to the fall of the Anti-Memetics Division? Wheeler nodded gravely. Yes. That's what I want to know about. The old man's eyes narrowed. It ate my entire division alive. He explained that it came too quickly and violently. They had to self-destruct to stop it. But they had no nukes on site, because SCP-3125 had erased them first. Wheeler didn't interrupt. She let him talk. If you know it exists, it knows you exist, he whispered. The more you learn about it, the more it learns about you. If you can see it, it can see you. Wheeler's expression shifted. She realized something was wrong. She was alone on the boat. No backup. No team. Not even a second vessel. This doesn't make sense. She murmured. The invisible horror had already begun its work. Suddenly, she turned and pointed her gun at the old man. Is it inside you? She demanded. The old man's eyes closed and he rasped, the only way to kill it is to destroy all knowledge of it. Restoring my memory brings it back. Wheeler tried to contact someone. She splashed water in the old man's face. Are you still in there? But something had changed. His voice distorted. There's a way to fix it. He muttered, crawling blindly toward a metal case. Wheeler's gun trembled in her hand. Tell me what this thing is. Wrong question, the old man said darkly. You'll set off another bomb. But we don't have that tech. UDO, he roared. There's a lab at Site 41. A place you've forgotten. You planted the bomb there. A supervisor watching from afar blinked. Wait. When did we ever have a Site 41? James, who had remained silent all this time, said coldly, just like we never had an anti-memetics division. The other supervisor was stunned into silence. Back on the screen, Wheeler shouted, if I trigger it now, we'll just reset the cycle. We'll be back here again. There's no containing it, the old man bellowed. The department's just running in circles. Either it eats us, or we erase ourselves. This isn't new. It's happened before. Again and again, for centuries. His hand found the metal box. But it was too late. From his eye socket, a black, jagged tentacle uncoiled. Splat. Blood sprayed everywhere. The man screamed, grabbing the writhing limb, but it felt as hard as bone. Wheeler screamed, what is that thing? A second limb pierced his throat, ripping through his vocal cords. He gurgled helplessly. A third spider-like leg burst from his stomach. Bang. Wheeler fired into his head. He fell, but didn't die. Instead, he crawled forward like a puppet, 3 insect limbs holding his body up. His arms lifted, as though guided by unseen strings. Damn it. Bang 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 bang. Wheeler emptied her clip. The boat began to tremble violently. The lake rippled, reacting to whatever was lifting the ship. The entire vessel rose 30 meters, 10 stories, into the air. In S.H.I.E.L.D., Natasha stared at the screen. Is it flying? Or is it lifting the boat with invisible limbs? Fury's face turned dark. He connected the dots. This was SCP-3125. It had returned. On the screen, Wheeler, struggling to stay upright, made a desperate move. She grabbed a Class B amnesiac from the med kit. Injected herself. The viewers were baffled. What's that supposed to do? Then she stood, walked to the edge of the ship. And jumped. Plunk. She hit the water hard. Seconds later she surfaced, blinking in confusion. What am I doing here? She mumbled. She had forgotten everything. The invisible enemy, sensing that it was no longer known, vanished. Back in S.H.I.E.L.D., silence reigned. They had just witnessed the effects of anti-memetics in real time. A second ago, Wheeler had been fighting a nightmare. The next, she remembered nothing. Natasha whispered, "Why did it stop attacking after she jumped?" Nick Fury, eyes closed, repeated the old man's words. If you know it exists, it knows you exist. The only way to destroy it is to destroy all knowledge of it. Get membership in Patreon to read more chapters. Extra chapters available in Patreon. Patreon.com/Dragonscribe31. Chapter 110, Chapter 110, Total Loss of Human Consciousness MK. 1,201 words. This was the first time both Marvel and SCP audiences witnessed a truly terrifying anti-memetic entity. Even though they couldn't see it, even though it never directly appeared, the fear it brought was undeniable. An invisible pressure lingered through the live stream, pulling everyone into an uncomfortable silence. On screen, James stood before the camera, holding a dusty VHS tape. "I found this videotape in one of my lockers," he said, his voice unusually heavy. "Only after injecting an X-class memory reinforcement agent did I even know it existed." He gently touched the tape's surface, his eyes dark. "I don't know who recorded it or who put it there. But what I do know is this. The Anti-Memetics Division once existed. Not a single person dared to deny it this time." One of the Foundation's supervisors leaned forward. Could this all have been caused by SCP-3125? In response, James silently held up a document. Everyone watching instantly recognized it. Project name, The Escaper. Item number, SCP-3125. Object class, Keter. The term Keter sent chills through many in S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury narrowed his eyes. If this was what destroyed the Anti-Memetics Division, he muttered, and caused mass casualties, then this must be something far worse than any normal Keter. Its anti-memetic nature made it infinitely harder to contain, let alone remember. The screen flickered again, and more data appeared under special containment procedures. SCP-3125 is contained at Site-41 within Cognitohazard Containment Unit 3125. The unit is a sealed 10 m x 15 m x 3 m chamber, lined with lead, acoustic dampening materials, and telepathic insulation. Only one person may enter the airlock at a time, and they must exit before another is allowed in. Site-41. Again. The mention made several supervisors visibly agitated. "We've checked the entire archive," the second supervisor said, voice cracking. "There are no records of any Site-41. That left only two possibilities. 1. Site-41 doesn't exist. 2. Or it existed, but knowledge of it was erased by anti-memetic effect." Given everything unfolding, the second answer seemed far more likely. More chilling details followed. No information from within may be allowed to leave, written, spoken, visual, electronic, psychic, or otherwise. Anyone exiting the containment unit is subject to memory erasure via amnestic gas. A high-ranking member of the Anti-Memetics Division is to inspect SCP-3125 once every 6 weeks. The audience had barely absorbed that when a new twist hit them. On screen, James flipped through the file. And then froze. "The file just stopped," murmured one of the supervisors. James switched to the Foundation's data terminal and attempted to search for SCP-3125 manually. Instead of a result, a 5-digit code lock appeared. Encryption, one of the Foundation overseers gasped. James's calm voice cut through, enter the wrong passcode, and the file locks down for a week. A tense silence followed. The live stream comment feed exploded. Are you kidding me? We finally find the file and it's locked. If the anti-memetics division is gone, then who even knows the code anymore? Don't tell me we're never gonna find out what SCP-3125 is. Even SHIELD agents were becoming restless. But then, a quiet voice spoke, Maria Hill. Actually, there may still be one person who knows, she said softly. Nick Fury stared at her. Everyone from the anti-memetics division is either dead or mind-wiped. Who are you talking about? Maria looked at him, then at the screen. James. Fury blinked. But his memory. He used an X-class memory enhancer, Maria replied firmly. Not just once. He used it again. On screen, James pulled out a second syringe. Supervisor 10, who had previously tried recruiting James, frowned. Didn't you just inject that serum earlier? James nodded calmly. 11 hours ago. Another voice added. Class X memory enhancer was originally a failed anti-aging serum. Restoring memory is a side effect. Air followed up. It can safely make someone younger by 30 days. But if you try to go too far back, 16 to 18 months, you're risking death. He stopped. Everyone stared. James wasn't hesitating. He injected the crimson liquid into his arm. A surge of energy burst through his body. And then, he smiled. I remember now. He typed. 5-5-5-5-5, beep. Verification passed. The screen blinked. The true SCP-3125 file loaded. This version was nothing like the sanitized summary earlier. SCP-3125 is not contained in the traditional sense. It has already penetrated all of reality, except for the containment chamber at Site-41. That room is the only place where its influence can be blocked. All forms of communication and data must remain within the room. Any exit triggers memory purging, asterisk. Tony Stark, watching from his tower, sat up straight. Everywhere in reality. Colonel Rhodes muttered, that explains why Wheeler was attacked after speaking with the old man. This wasn't a physical creature. This was an infection that lived in knowledge itself. More horrors surfaced. SCP-3125 is a hostile, transdimensional memetic complex, a tangle of ideas, not matter. It entered from outside our reality, and partially overlaps it. It evolved in a mental ecosystem far more violent than ours. Humanity has no natural defense against it. Once infected, victims become slaves to its will. They stop accepting normal ideas. They look the same but are no longer human. The old man from earlier came to mind. His possession, the spider-like appendages, the erratic behavior, he was already lost to SCP-3125. SHIELD agents stared at the screen, some in disbelief, others in fear. SCP-3125 didn't kill by force. It consumed you through knowledge. Through ideas. Through memory. No virus could compare. A thought more deadly than any weapon. Nick Fury, still silent, now stared at the screen with haunted eyes. The more they learned, the more vulnerable they became. SCP-3125 hasn't fully entered our world yet. But if it does, within 4 to 12 hours, it will rewrite all human thought. All knowledge networks, systems, and identities will collapse. Every concept, civilization, family, community, culture, will vanish. The Foundation has designated this an MK-class end-of-the-world scenario. MK-class, total loss of human consciousness. That phrase made even the most battle-hardened heroes freeze. The live stream fell dead silent. Then came the prompt. MK-class doomsday scenario. Definition: complete destruction of human consciousness. The Marvel Universe went into collective shock. People stared at their screens like statues. Is this the end of thought itself? This thing is just an idea, but it can end civilization. How do you fight something you can't even remember exists? In Kamartaj, the Ancient One stood motionless before the light curtain. All her centuries of wisdom, magic, and cosmic perception, and she had never seen anything like this. Not Dormammu. Not Thanos. Not even the Time Stone could prepare her for SCP-3125. Total loss of human consciousness, she whispered. Her hands trembled. This wasn't a monster. This wasn't even a god. It was a conceptual predator. An idea evolved to destroy all other ideas. And it had arrived. Get membership in Patreon to read more chapters. Extra chapters available in Patreon. Patreon.com/Dragonscribe31. Chapter 111, Chapter 111, Destruction from the Conceptual Level. 05 is panicking. 1,124 words. SCP-3125's true power had finally been revealed, and it drove the world into despair. But even in the grip of this terror, a question remained. Was SCP-3125 truly unstoppable? Just then, more content appeared on the light screen. The Foundation possesses multiple proven technologies capable of capturing aggressive mimetic complexes, but none of them are effective within SCP-3125's automated defense boundary. Fully understanding SCP-3125, building a complete mental model of it, causes it to perceive the observer. It then kills them. The exact mechanism is unknown but appears to include a partial physical response. Anyone who thinks in a similar way to the observer, teammates, colleagues, even family, will also be attacked. Shock swept through the live stream. Wait. You die just for understanding it. Even your family could get attacked. That's not just dangerous, that's evil. The audience couldn't believe it. SCP-3125's properties weren't just harmful. They were cruel, unfair, broken. And it didn't stop there. This attack spreads like a web, wiping all knowledge of SCP-3125 and its effects from the minds of the world. The result is a kind of informational paralysis, similar to mosquito saliva numbing the skin, allowing SCP-3125 to remain undetected until full manifestation. Foundation personnel who discover SCP-3125 can survive if they quickly use amnestics to erase all related knowledge. But outside the containment unit, even writing about SCP-3125 is considered a lethal cognitohazard. S.H.I.E.L.D. Headquarters. Nick Fury's expression turned grim. That explains why it stopped attacking Wheeler, he murmured. She erased her memory with a Class B amnestic. Natasha Romanoff nodded. So as long as nobody knows about SCP-3125, it's harmless. Fury shook his head. Only if it never enters reality. And you think that's likely? He stared at the screen, deep in thought. Its attacks aren't random. It wants to prevent humans from knowing it exists. Everyone was beginning to understand the horrible truth. SCP-3125 is not a creature. It's a conceptual entity. If you perceive it, even partially, you die. The only way to survive is to forget. Suddenly, another page appeared. SCP-3125 could be neutralized using a device proposed by Dr. Bartholomew Hughes, the fictitious amplifier. But building the device requires immense resources, and worse, the engineer must know what SCP-3125 is. That knowledge is fatal. There is no known method to stop SCP-3125 using only the tools in the containment unit. The live stream, which had been buzzing with chatter, fell completely silent. The screen went still. So there was a solution. But no one could build it because knowing what you were building would kill you. The mood grew heavy. Even the Foundation supervisors seemed frozen in place. James, however, looked calm. He scrolled to the next file. Due to SCP-3125's defenses, almost all observation data has been lost. Even how the containment unit was built is a mystery. However, researchers over the years have smuggled helpful data into the unit. This includes Foundation archives, academic data, and public news collections. The scene sounded eerily familiar, exactly like what was happening now. No one could even remember where Site-41 was. The feeling of invisible gaps in their memory made the supervisors visibly uncomfortable. Supervisor 10 muttered, "If all of that is true, then all we need to do is find Site-41. All the data might still be there." Supervisor 2 shook her head fiercely. "You're missing the point. Just perceiving SCP-3125 triggers its attack. Right now, not knowing is our safest option." James's voice rang out cold and clear. "That's only safe if SCP-3125 never breaks through into reality." The room fell quiet. Because everyone knew. It will. Most of the smuggled data is irrelevant, but analysis of patterns reveals the following. Everyone leaned forward. This could be it. 1. Though SCP-3125 hasn't fully manifested yet, its foreshocks can be detected by advanced memetic research systems. 2. Meme research has drastically declined in recent years. 3. In 2008, over 400 institutions were conducting research that could have led to SCP-3125's discovery. These included military, academic, and private groups, many affiliated with GOIs, groups of interest. 4. Every single one of these organizations has vanished. The only one left was the Foundation's Anti-Memetics Division. 5. No one remembers the others disappearing. The live stream exploded with reactions. 400+ research institutions. All gone. This is horrifying, they just vanished. The world is being silently erased. How did we not notice until now? S.H.I.E.L.D. Headquarters. Nick Fury's heart skipped a beat. He stared at the line. As of 2008, over 400 organizations. His blood ran cold. They were wiped out by SCP-3125, he whispered. And then, more data scrolled in. The final, undeniable confirmation. All these groups were ultimately devoured by SCP-3125 after discovering it. This is the inevitable result of successful memetic research. The Anti-Memetics Division survived due to specialized training and preemptive amnestic use. But even that wasn't enough. In 2012, the division had over 4,000 members. By September 2015, only 125 remained. This number is expected to reach zero by year's end. Their global network has shrunk to one final location, Site-41. The original headquarters, Site-167, has disappeared from memory entirely, erased by SCP-3125's silencing effect. The screen blinked. And the entire Marvel universe erupted. What? It killed thousands without firing a bullet. From 4,000 to 0 in 3 years. This is genocide via concept. A memory massacre. Camartage. The Ancient One stared in horror. Her hands trembled. The silencing effect wiped out the entire Anti-Memetics Division. No bodies. No alarms. No records. Just erasure. S.H.I.E.L.D. Natasha Romanoff leaned forward, whispering. It's like they never even existed. And that's when it hit her. This was SCP-3125's true power. It didn't kill through violence or fear. It erased you from concept. From memory. From existence. Nick Fury, hardened veteran of war and espionage, clenched his fists. He had faced gods. Aliens. Super soldiers. But this? He couldn't even see it. And that was exactly why it was so terrifying. You couldn't shoot SCP-3125. You couldn't trap it. You couldn't even think about it. Because once you did, it was already too late. Back on the light screen, the supervisors had all go. Any quiet. Nobody spoke. The room felt heavy. Oppressive. Finally, one of them exhaled and muttered. So now we understand SCP-3125. But one question remains. He turned to James, voice low. What really happened to the Anti-Memetics Division? And what happened at Site-41? Get membership in Patreon to read more chapters. Extra chapters available in Patreon. Patreon.com/Dragonscribe31. Chapter 112, Chapter 112, Another Apollyon Class. SCP. 1087 words. The world had already accepted it as fact, the Anti-Memetics Division was gone. They had faced the deadliest concept humanity had ever encountered. A predator of thought. A parasite of cognition. SCP-3125. And still, despite knowing the risk, the brave men and women of the Anti-Memetics Division stood their ground. They fought knowing they'd be forgotten. This sacrifice moved both the Marvel and SCP worlds. But one question remained: how did they fall? Amnestics could erase SCP-3125 from your mind and save your life, right? Then why did the Anti-Memetics Division still vanish? That's when James, standing before the screen, opened a final document. The file was dated November 30, 2015. The author: Marion Wheeler. Position: Head of the Anti-Memetics Division. S041 B30-000 was built to house a long-term project, Hughes's fictitious amplifier. While it advanced, the rest of us were fighting an unconscious war, losing slowly, just to buy time. S.H.I.E.L.D. Headquarters. Nick Fury leaned forward. The amplifier. The mythical device theorized to neutralize SCP-3125. They actually tried building it. He stared hard at the screen. Did they succeed? Now the time we bought is gone. No one in S041, B30-000 has broken the seal yet. We've run out of people to feed to SCP-3125. There's nowhere else to retreat. I'm going to enter S041, B30-000, and activate the machine. I think I can survive long enough to get to the basement. Feed people to SCP-3125. Tony Stark sat upright, disturbed. That can't be literal, can it? Colonel Rhodes frowned. Forget that. Read the next line. She's going to start the machine. That means... They built it, Tony finished in a whisper. They actually built it. Standard protocol says I should leave instructions in case this fails. But I don't know who you are, or how you're reading this. Hughes is missing, I'm dead, the site is destroyed, how are you alive? Are you even conscious? Can you understand this? You live in a world immersed in SCP-3125. This is a loss of control scenario. I can't help someone who doesn't exist. The live stream fell dead silent. Then. WTF? Did the machine fail? Wheeler died. The site's gone. Was this message meant for James all along? Oh no. It feels like a last message to the future. S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury let out a long breath. So they failed after everything, they couldn't stop it. A dark cloud hung over the room. An entire division, wiped out without a trace. So what happened exactly? One of the Foundation overseers asked, tension high. Every eye turned to James. He didn't hesitate. With a swift motion, he dragged down a clean screen, and with steady hands, wrote one word. Time. If we want to understand what happened, James began, we must understand when it happened. He picked up a stylus and scribbled on the display. 1976, according to the division's founder, he pointed to the elderly man from earlier, who died at the hands of SCP-3125. In 1976, the Foundation's Unthinkables encountered SCP-3125. They were instantly attacked. To contain it, they detonated an anti-memetic bomb. The price? James added, voice tight. The entire team died. Only one man survived, and he lost his memory. Then he drew an arrow, sliding the timeline forward to 2006. For 30 years, the bomb suppressed SCP-3125's conceptual presence, he explained. That's why things were calm. Then he held up two files. SCP-2256 and SCP-055. In 2006, James said, 2256 was classified as extinct due to excessive observation. In 2008, 055 was discovered. He paused, breathing deeply. He had already injected himself twice with Class X memory enhancers. A third time would kill him. Everyone stayed quiet. They knew this was his last chance to recover the truth. James closed his eyes and let the buried memories flood back. Fragments. Faces. Files. Flashes of light. A tape. A scream. The amplifier. He breathed through it. Then opened his eyes. In 2008, Bart Hughes, containment architect of the division, oversaw the construction of the unit that would later house SCP-3125. At the time, 400 organizations worldwide were studying anti-memetic threats. He looked up. Then, SCP-3125 returned. Everyone on screen and off gasped. Tony Stark stared. But they used the bomb. SCP-3125 was wiped out conceptually, wasn't it? Asterisk. Rhodes shook his head. SCP-3125 is a conceptual organism. It can't be destroyed like normal things. It was never gone, James said softly. Just waiting. A new file popped up. James inserted a videotape. The outbreak destroyed Site 167, the division's headquarters. Hughes disappeared. James paused. And number 8 wasn't there. Everyone turned sharply. 05-8, a supervisor repeated in shock. You mean? He was involved? James nodded. According to Hughes, he didn't even know why. The footage began. A middle-aged man entered the frame. He looked normal, except for the strange device clamped over his left eye. Like a cybernetic blindfold with 4 tiny lenses, mimicking an eye. That's the germ, James said. A tool used to block short-term memories, acts as a cognitive filter and proxy between Hughes's thoughts and the outside world. The live stream viewers were stunned by the technology. Even now, the Anti-Memetics division was full of surprises. In the footage, Hughes moved through a sealed 2-story facility until he reached a meeting room with a double-height ceiling. 4 people were waiting. Among them, Marion Wheeler. And then, a face that made 05-2 curse out loud. 05-8. What the hell is he doing there? James interrupted calmly. I asked Hughes. He said, he doesn't remember. Back in the footage, 05-8 greeted Hughes. A chair waited for him. A file was already laid out on the table. Hughes hesitated, then picked up the document. It was a research paper. Signed by Hughes. And it confirmed their fears. A new, hyperaggressive mimetic complex had been observed. It was being designated SCP-3125. The authors requested an Apollyon classification. The live stream went nuclear. Apollyon. That's end of all things level. They confirmed SCP-3125 was active again. And even wanted it listed as Apollyon. S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury turned to Maria Hill, his voice trembling. What was the LAST Apollyon class SCP we saw? Maria answered, dead serious. SCP-3999. I am in all things. Now they had another. SCP-3125. An idea that kills thought. A concept that devours memory. A silence that erases the past. And it's back. Get membership in Patreon to read more chapters. Extra chapters available in Patreon. Patreon.com/Dragonscribe31. Chapter 113, Chapter 113, Are You Crazy? The Foundation Killed Two Gods. 1,118 words. Apollyon-class SCPs are considered impossible to contain, Maria Hill explained, her tone flat but heavy with implication. And they are extremely active in causing end-of-the-world scenarios. Every word she spoke seemed to lower the temperature in SHIELD headquarters by another degree. When she finished, the room went dead silent. Nick Fury kept his eyes locked on the screen. Apollyon wasn't just a word, it was a verdict. A death sentence for the world. Keter was bad. Apollyon was beyond that. Apollyon-class anomalies were the kind of threats that guaranteed planetary destruction. They weren't just uncontainable. They were destined to win. In the footage, Hughes finally spoke. The only thing that could prevent an Exe-class scenario is if something else, like another Apollyon-class anomaly, destroyed the world first. He closed the file, rubbing his temple. Their relative threat levels aren't measured by material containment, but by the number of inevitable years. And my guess? We've got a single-digit number. He looked around the table. Do we even have an Apollyon classification? 05-8 responded without emotion. No. No? Hughes raised a brow. 05-8 offered a faint smile. The overseers believe the Apollyon label is too defeatist. It damages morale. The plan is to reclassify existing Apollyons as Keter within the year. He leaned forward slightly. Now, what do you think? Hughes stared at him, eyes tired but sharp. You want containment procedures. We've had this talk before. You know the answer. 05-8 said softly, we're assuming the first time didn't work. Hughes gave a twisted smile. We could just destroy all intelligent life. The room froze. Even the live stream audience, already jaded by the absurdities of SCPs, fell into stunned silence. Did he just say, kill all intelligent life? Was he serious? Wheeler spoke up, her voice calm but firm. You've joked about that before. You're not serious now, are you? Hughes turned toward her slowly. I am completely serious. And it would work. He paused. The Foundation's mission is secure, contain, protect. Maybe it should have added, preserve as many humans as possible. That shook everyone. A silent chill passed through the screen. One of the overseers interrupted. It's self-evident that we want to protect humanity. Hughes smirked. Control the anomaly. Contain the anomaly. Protect the anomaly. Any other definitions you'd like to share? It was a brutal jab at the SCP motto, but no one argued. Finally, 05-8 stepped in to calm the conversation. We're not going to exterminate humanity. That's not on the table. The tension settled. Hughes took a breath. Then there's another option: shut down all mimetic and anti-mimetic research. Everywhere. Gasps spread through the room. Shut down the whole field. No more anti-meme studies. That's suicide. But Hughes raised his voice, determined. Abolish the field. End every experiment. Brainwash every researcher. If no one knows what SCP-3125 is, it stays buried. We contain it not by fighting it, but by forgetting it exists. Nick Fury narrowed his eyes. Just like the bomb from 1976. 30 years ago, a conceptual nuke wiped SCP-3125 from existence, not physically but cognitively. And now, Hughes wanted to repeat the process, on a global scale. In the footage, the rest of the room pushed back immediately. No, Wheeler said firmly. We've already seen precursor anomalies. SCP-3125 is coming. We can't hide from it anymore. Hughes went quiet. The creature he feared, he couldn't even fully think about it without risking death. It was breaking him. And he knew it. After a moment, O5-8 took the floor. The Foundation exists to protect. Normally, that means securing and containing anomalies. Destruction is discouraged. His voice became firmer. But high-ranking personnel, like myself, are authorized to make exceptions. And I am doing that now. We will destroy SCP-3125. Once and for all. The screen didn't react. But the live stream erupted. They're going to kill SCP-3125. Finally. A full neutralization order. The Foundation may be cold, but damn, they do what needs to be done. Back in the footage, Hughes didn't respond immediately. Instead, he shared a story. When I joined the Foundation, I asked my mentor, "What's the biggest anomaly we've ever contained?" He told me a rumor. That in the early days, the Abrahamic religions weren't monotheistic. There were 3 capital G gods. And about 150 years ago, the Foundation killed 2 of them. The live stream exploded. What? The Foundation killed 2 gods? I'm sorry, what is happening right now? That's not just powerful. That's terrifying. Kamartaj. The Ancient One stood still. The look on her face was one of shock and awe. 2 gods eliminated by humans. Her mind reeled. Even minor gods were dangerously powerful. But the Foundation? They didn't worship gods. They erased them. Asgard. Loki's mouth fell open. Killed gods. He swallowed hard. Are we really gods or just deluded mortals? S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury stared, speechless. They had stored divine beings before, like SCP-343. But this was different. This was execution. Back in the footage, Hughes was shaken. It's been 20 years since that conversation. Our mimetic tech is billions of times stronger now. I helped build it. I know what's possible. And what isn't. Then he faltered. He didn't have a solution. Not yet. Then O5-8 stepped in. You suggested earlier. A meme stronger than SCP-3125. One specifically designed to counter it. A counter meme. And suddenly, everything clicked. The fictitious amplifier. The theoretical weapon. The machine built not to kill the creature but to cancel it out. Hughes's face lit up. It'll take years. Massive resources. Total isolation. The lab has to be completely sealed from outside ideas. Then he froze. And smiled. We already built it. Gasps spread across the room. The lab's complete. We finished it 20 years ago. We trained our best minds. We're ready. We just haven't started. His excitement was palpable. We can do this. This is why we're meeting, isn't it? The counter-meme, it's time, right? He looked at everyone around the table, searching for confirmation. Wheeler nodded. When you joined the Foundation, you were told this day would come. That one day, without warning, you'd be asked to give everything you have for the sake of humanity. Your team is in the bunker. The lab is ready. We'll fake your death. T's time to go underground. Hughes blinked. His voice cracked. My team's already there. Yes, she said. They're waiting. And now so are you. The fight wasn't over. But finally, the Foundation had a weapon. Get membership in Patreon to read more chapters. Extra chapters available in Patreon. Patreon.com/Dragonscribe31. Chapter 114, Wild Light. Until reality collapses. 1,270 words. As the footage rolled, one sentence from Dr. Wheeler's private journal resurfaced in everyone's minds. S041, B30-000 was originally constructed to support a long-term initiative, the creation of Hughes' fictional amplifier. Only now did the audience understand the full scope of that note. The project had just begun. But for Dr. Hughes and the others involved, this wasn't exciting, it was a death sentence. On screen, Hughes's face grew even more shadowed. The gravity of the situation bore down on him. Now? No. I have doubts, he muttered, his voice cracking. You assembled a volunteer team, Hughes. I oversaw them personally. They're good people, the supervisor replied calmly. Like ghosts, Hughes muttered bitterly. And me? Did I volunteer for this? Dr. Wheeler's expression twisted in pain. Hughes. Whoever agreed to this before was a damn fool. And I'm overruling that guy. This isn't a noble assignment, it's a lifetime prison sentence. Buried alive in your own work, in darkness, for 20 years. I have. His voice caught. He was going to say, I have a family, but stopped himself. Instead, he tried another excuse, this plan barely has a shot. The timing is all wrong. It's 2008. SCP-3125 isn't even due to appear until the late 2010s. The live chat exploded. 2008. The viewers quickly connected the dots to the timeline James had speculated earlier. They were right. But Hughes's reaction caught them off guard. It felt real. Emotional. And it made sense, because from this moment until the collapse of the Anti-Memetics Division, Hughes was never seen again. He was completely forgotten. Back in the footage, the supervisor tried to reassure him. The success rate is encouraging. Encouraging. Hughes barked. Define that. Over 50%. If you're the one doing it, the supervisor said, sliding over a stack of reports. Hughes flipped through the file and spotted his name on the cover. Great. 50%, he muttered. You convinced us this had to happen, the director pressed. You insisted on being the center. You said you were ready to sacrifice. Hughes found the quote in the report and read aloud with sarcasm. SCP-3125 poses an omni-universal threat. It endangers neighboring realities, micro-universes, even universes embedded within our own as fictional constructs. That's enough. Hughes slammed the folder shut. I remember now. Then he turned to another man at the table. What's the cover story? What's the plan? There's a staged helium leak in $167, B03-312, the director explained. The body will be fake. We've already manipulated your public calendar. It says you were in that room, not here. As for, he's stalling, a voice cut in, 05-8, a high-ranking overseer. He doesn't need to know everything. Another member, silent until now, leaned forward. Seriously, tell us, who else in the world could solve this problem? Besides you. Hughes stayed silent. Even if they don't want to, the man added. Who else has the technical expertise, and isn't already compromised? Back in the SHIELD viewing room, Nick Fury narrowed his eyes at the man on the screen. Something's off with him, he muttered. What do you mean? Natasha Romanoff asked. Fury couldn't articulate it yet, but something felt fundamentally wrong. Then, everything unraveled. Suddenly, the man on the screen stood up abruptly. Dr. Wheeler tensed, clutching the arm of her chair and tightening her grip around a capped fountain pen. 05-8 looked at her in confusion. She was reacting to something he couldn't see. And Hughes? He didn't notice a thing. I'm the only one, Hughes finally said. You're the only one I need, the man replied. Then he pulled a gun from seemingly thin air. Bang. 2 shots, straight to Hughes' chest. The first bullet collapsed a lung. The second ricocheted off the bulletproof glass wall behind Hughes as he fell. Everyone watching froze. The stream went dead silent. 1 second. 2. 3. Then the chat erupted. WTF. He shot Hughes. Why? Is he compromised? A traitor? Foundation security has been breached. Even SHIELD agents watching were stunned. Nick Fury shouted, confirming his earlier instincts. Is he being controlled by 3125? Natasha gasped. Fury said nothing. He couldn't take his eyes off the screen. He's the only one who can finish this mission. Hughes can't die. In the footage, the shooter turned on 05-8. 2 more shots, this time, green bursts of electricity collided with the Overseer's protective charm, deflecting the energy. But the danger wasn't over. Dr. Wheeler, despite her frail appearance, launched herself at the gunman. She wrestled his arm upward and, in one fluid motion, stabbed the capped fountain pen deep into his throat. Blood sprayed. He collapsed. His head slammed against the glass wall, and left a crimson smear before he hit the floor. Dead. Also dead, Hughes. And the supervisor. The live stream audience was left with one horrible question. If Hughes is dead, what about the amplifier? Dr. Wheeler quickly pieced things together. He was infected, she announced grimly. She rushed to the emergency kit on the wall. We need to get out of here. Then disinfect the whole area. When did it happen? 05-8 asked. And how? SCP-3125 takes total physiological control. Yet he functioned almost normally. That's the strange part, Wheeler replied. She sorted through the medical kit, discarding most of it until she pulled out a capsule filled with glowing pink fluid, an amnesiac. The chat recognized it immediately. Then came the whispers of SCP-3125 again. I feel something crawling around in my head, 05-8 murmured. Like static. Roll up your sleeve, Wheeler said. Turn off your mental barrier for a second. He complied. Suddenly, a scream of wind. Something black and jagged plunged down through the ceiling. It speared a woman, lifting her into the air. The viewers recognized it instantly. SCP-3125. The thing twitched with alien curiosity, probing her body, then stabbed straight through her like a spear. Blood rained down. The scene sent terror rippling across the world. At Kamartaj, the Ancient One gasped as she watched the shadows take shape. A cosmic dread filled her soul. It's here, she whispered, unable to even face the screen. Back in the footage, alarms sounded. The site was in full lockdown. The camera shook. The ceiling collapsed. And everything went black. The video feed ended. The overseers watching were frozen. Their minds swirled with questions. What exactly is SCP-3125? Where did it come from? What does it want? How does it manipulate thought? How long before we understand meme-based threats? 1 year. 100. No one knew. Then a voice broke the silence. James. Calm and cold, he pointed back to a digital timeline and tapped the year, 2008. This was the outbreak that destroyed Site-167's Anti-Memetics Division, he said. Hughes vanished during the chaos. Vanished. One of the overseers blinked. Wait, you mean he's not dead? James gave him a sharp look. Dr. Wheeler's personal logs clearly say Hughes went missing. Damn it, someone else shouted, slamming the table. Their eyes lit up. There was still hope. James extended the timeline. August 12, 2015. The date Dr. Wheeler met the old man who founded the Anti-Memetics Division. On that day, James explained, she asked the dying Lynn Marnus about the 1975 collapse of the Incredibles initiative. Then, SCP-3125 attacked. Marnus died. Wheeler survived by erasing her own memory. He stretched the arrow again. October 27. Wheeler placed a man in protective custody, then erased her memory of him completely. James opened a new file and revealed a name. Adam Wheeler. Then he looked up and said softly. That was her husband. She forgot her husband. Get membership in Patreon to read more chapters. Extra chapters available in Patreon. Patreon.com/Dragonscribe31. Chapter 115, Chapter 115, SCP. 1,298 words. Dr. Wheeler's husband, someone whispered, stunned. Before anyone could react further, James stepped forward and placed a worn videotape on the table. Unfortunately, he said, the contents of this tape are mostly corrupted. Only a short fragment remains. He slid it into the machine. The monitor lit up. A man appeared on screen. He looked to be in his early 50s, tall, thin, and impeccably dressed in a tailored black suit. His rimless glasses framed intelligent eyes, though they now brimmed with panic. Silver strands streaked his dark hair, and a white gold watch glinted on his wrist. Cufflinks, a polished ring, by all measures, he looked like a dignified gentleman. But now he stood before Dr. Wheeler, utterly distraught. He was begging her. And what struck everyone wasn't just his desperation, it was Wheeler's expression, cold and unfamiliar, like she was looking at a stranger. The two exchanged broken words. Wheeler hesitated, clearly trying to remember something buried deep in her mind. Something she had forced herself to forget. You can't be here, she whispered. You can't be in my life. If you stay, you'll die. I won't leave you, the man, Adam, choked out. This is how we ended up. We got married. It was always obvious that we would. But I wanted to make it official. I stood before everyone I cared about and swore to protect you. Tears glistened in his eyes. Forever. Wheeler's gaze suddenly sharpened. Then I must have sworn the same oath. Suddenly, Adam bent over in pain. A violent golden white light burst behind his eyes. He stumbled back, hands over his face, but it didn't help. SCP-4987, one of the supervisors watching the feed muttered. It's eating his memories. The audience went still. They remembered what James had said earlier. Wheeler erased all memory of her husband to protect him. Now they saw why. Adam trembled as he reached out to take Wheeler's hand. She let him. The light continued to burn. It didn't stop. In those few seconds, he realized the truth. Wheeler wasn't being manipulated. This was her doing. She had activated SCP-4987. "You're doing this?" Adam asked, falling to his knees. "Is this a Foundation order? Your idea of protection? You don't know what you're doing. You don't even remember who I am." "I think I do," Wheeler replied softly. Adam's voice cracked. "You'll regret this. Every day, you'll wake up with something missing. Something cold and hollow. And you'll never know what it was." Wheeler stepped back, eyes burning with purpose. "I'm going to win this war." She looked down at him, the pain in her heart hidden beneath unwavering resolve. "I will defeat the universe. Then I'll learn why." Adam held her gaze. He believed her. He knew how brilliant she was, how relentless her mind could be when cornered by chaos. She could solve puzzles others wouldn't dare attempt. She could take on the universe itself. But then, with a trembling voice, he asked one final question. "What if you lose?" She didn't answer. Wheeler turned and walked away. With a final motion, she sealed the containment cell door behind her. It locked with a deafening metallic groan. Her voice echoed. "My husband is dead." The live broadcast chat went completely silent. Not just S.H.I.E.L.D. Not just the Foundation. Everyone watching around the world fell into quiet mourning. It was just one anomaly. But it forced them to destroy their own lives. Salute to Wheeler, the last of the decedents. In her, they saw all the quiet warriors who had ever stood against impossible odds. Inside the room, one of the overseers asked softly, "Is it over?" James didn't answer. Instead, he reached for a marker and extended the timeline on the whiteboard. November 30th. At this point, James said grimly, "The anti-memetics division has been reduced to a single functioning research cell. 40 people." The number hit the audience like a brick. From 4,000 down to 40, someone whispered. "How many did SCP-3125 kill?" another demanded. James picked up another videotape. "Let's find out." The screen flickered again. This time, the room they saw was quiet, white glass walls covered in papers, scribbles, taped up notes. Where space allowed, marker ink filled the void with hand-drawn diagrams and frantic handwriting. There were no beds. No personal effects. Just a long, oval conference table, buried in laptops, cables, and documents. A projector cast a world map onto one wall. Colored post-its littered the floor like fallen leaves. And then she appeared, Wheeler. She looked exhausted. Lines creased her face. Her shoulders sagged with the weight of grief and relentless work. Suddenly, her voice echoed through the room, but not from her lips. From the laptop. It was a recorded message. Wheeler had filmed herself. On screen, her face looked healthier, sharper, but something was off. No spark. No will. Just a hollow shell. SCP-3125 is not in this room, the Wheeler on the laptop said. In fact, this room is the only place in the world where SCP-3125 isn't present. This is reverse containment. Everyone leaned forward. SCP-3125 has spread through reality, saturating the universe. Except here. This room is our last sanctuary. The audience froze. SCP-3125 was already here. In the world outside, Wheeler continued, it has taken countless forms. Most are mundane, catalogued as separate anomalies. Some are contained. Some are missed. Viral cults. Impossible math. Tower-sized invisible spiders. Children born with organs no one can see. All raw data. But as you go deeper into the data, you start to see a pattern. She paused to pick up a green marker and a clean sheet of paper. She began to draw lines unseen by the camera. With the right training, and just a few data points, you can place them into conceptual space, you start to see the shape. And when you see it, it sees you. Chills shot through the audience. Her voice dropped. When that happens, it doesn't kill you physically. It kills your mind. It kills your collaborators. Your entire team. Your family. You become a human-shaped hole in reality. The Marvel world watched in stunned horror. SCP-3125 is the black hole of antimemetic science. It emits no information. It cannot be seen directly. Mentioning even a hint of what it is can cause a fatal cognitohazard. James remained silent as everyone absorbed her words. Year after year, manifestation after manifestation, until finally. The whole world collapsed, Wheeler whispered. And everyone screamed, why didn't anyone stop it? But no one answered. Because everyone who tried was already dead. At that moment, James turned back to the timeline. He circled the date with red ink. Then, without hesitation, he said the words. MK Class End of Consciousness Scenario. The full arrival of SCP-3125. Camartage. The Ancient One gasped, her eyes shrinking to pinpoints. Even she, who had faced Dormammu, knew this was worse. This was the end of thought itself. SHIELD Headquarters. Wait, what the hell did he just say? Natasha muttered, unable to believe it. Nick Fury didn't look up. It means, he said slowly, human consciousness is already gone. A pause. We've lost more than 4,000 specialists. Decades of research. And in the end, nothing could stop it. Wheeler on the screen kept drawing. You push just a little more, she said, you find 4 or 5 SCPs, and you see its contour. Then you die. But the moment you understand its shape, it sees you back. And then everyone you love dies too. Her pen scratched on paper. It's not reality. It's not human. It's something else. Something worse. Then the footage cut. Silence. A void. Just like the one now spreading across the minds of everyone watching. Because SCP-3125 had fully arrived. And it was already too late. Get membership in Patreon to read more chapters. Extra chapters available in Patreon. Patreon.com/Dragonscribe31. Chapter 116, Chapter 116, The Cosmic Starfish Arrives, Another Supreme Deity. 1,130 words. Inside a dim, sealed room, the flickering screen of a laptop cast ghostly light on Wheeler's face. She stared at her diagram, a strange, 5-fingered structure, symmetrical but unsettling. The figure was hand-shaped, yet it had no wrist or arm. 5 elongated fingers stretched outwards, almost like tendrils, reaching toward unseen dimensions. In the center was a dark pentagonal void, most likely a mouth. The image was replicated in the background of the video, plastered on a green wall mural that spanned 2 full meters, dense with intricate patterns and abstract lines. Around the hand were spore-like drawings, detailed renderings from different angles, as if someone was documenting an alien species. The creature's limbs curled protectively, and it sat like a grotesque idol, its mouth eternally gaping. The moment this diagram hit the screen, a silent wave of horror swept across the Marvel universe. Camartage. The Ancient One stood frozen. A silent rumble of thunder echoed in her ears, though there was no storm. She stared, eyes locked on the screen. Though she had never seen this entity before, a name carved itself into her thoughts uninvited. The Cosmic Starfish. Also known as Holy Starfish. The walker of the 5th dimension. The one who dreams above the stars. A dread equal only to her first glimpse of the Crimson King gripped her soul. It felt older than reality, stranger than thought itself. She whispered, no. It cannot be. But it was. And it was here. The far edge of the universe, the Watcher's domain. Watcher Wata had just sealed a rift, a minor 0.13 degrees deviation between the observer's realm and physical space. But when he turned to the screen and saw the shape Wheeler had drawn, he froze. Even with all his knowledge, one concept slammed into his mind without resistance: SCP-3125. Then came the fear. Not just dread, but primordial fear. Fear of an idea that didn't belong. An infection not of the body but of thought. If this thing enters reality fully, Watu whispered, it will devour all meaning, all abstraction, everything that makes us us. He stared at the shape, knowing that its presence would ripple through the concept space, destroy identities, collapse civilizations, and distort the fabric of the multiverse itself. Back to the video feed. Wheeler's journal. On screen, Wheeler spoke directly into the camera. How do you fight an enemy you don't even know exists? She asked. How do you win a war you don't realize you're fighting? Her voice was calm but heavy with despair. She began to explain. 7 years ago, there were over 400 anti-memetics research teams around the globe, government agencies, militaries, academic groups. Most are gone now. The last one vanished in 72 hours. She paused, her face pale. 3 years ago, our own Foundation Anti-Memetics Division had over 4,000 members. Today, there are only 90. The room fell utterly silent. We didn't lose in battle. There was no fight. We simply lost. This is the aftermath. The cleanup. All we've done since then is run. Run and forget. Amnestics, alcohol, trauma, it doesn't matter. We remember again eventually. Her mouth twisted into a bitter smile. It patrols our minds. It watches us. And it always comes back. Live broadcast room, worldwide reactions. The live chat exploded. So it's over. The Anti-Memetics Division is done for. Site-41 is the last refuge, and even that's failing. Wheeler is giving up. The despair was spreading. S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Nick Fury's office. Nick Fury sat silently, fists clenched, watching Wheeler's video. His jaw tightened with every word. Natasha Romanoff stood beside him, arms crossed, expression unreadable. We're exposed, Fury said finally. We're completely exposed to SCP-3125. The Wheeler loop. In the video, Wheeler looked broken, haunted by failure. I could erase my memory, she muttered. I could leave myself a note, saying this path leads to ruin. But I'd question it. I'd look deeper. And then it would all start again. The live viewers watched in agony as Wheeler broke down. We are the last. There is no one after us, she whispered. I'm going to forget everything and become you, Wheeler. And you'll start over again. She walked out of frame. The video ended with a sudden glitch, distorted sound and light, like something had just arrived. Wheeler stared at the dark screen. She said nothing. Just breathed. Nick Fury's analysis. Natasha frowned. So she made that video for herself. Fury nodded grimly. She discovered SCP-3125. Erased her memory. Then rediscovered it. Again and again. How do you fight what you can't remember? He echoed Wheeler's question. How do you fight what doesn't want to be known? The House of Paradoxes. Wheeler looked around the strange base. How did we even build this place? She wondered aloud. She realized something horrifying. Hughes must have discovered SCP-3125 by accident. Built this containment zone as a refuge. Others found it. Left notes. Added equipment. Created a kind of strategy bunker without fully knowing what they were doing. But another thought crept in, what if there are other rooms? Other hubs, she whispered. Are we even the first? Are we the plan? Or just part of it? The viewers could feel her doubt, her fraying memory. Yet suddenly, she froze. 38 anti-memetic agents remain. 42 days until the next breach. No time to evacuate. No time for another plan. This is our last stand. And then, she stood tall. We are the last group in the world. There will be no one after us. A warrior reborn. Fury stared in awe. She's a fighter, he said quietly. Wheeler was old, tired, worn down, but in that moment she was glorious. The betrayal. As Wheeler exited the containment room, she collapsed, gasping. The guard approached. We need to check you, he said. Wheeler nodded but remained on the floor. Then, he reached for something on his belt, a Swiss Army knife. Wait, what are you doing? She asked. His eyes had changed. Cold. Empty. He stepped forward, blade glinting. You're infected. We have to act fast. He lunged. But Wheeler was ready. She caught his wrist mid-swing. His eyes were no longer his. You're not. Kim, she whispered. He snarled. She twisted her legs and kicked him across the hall. The blade skittered across the metal floor. She scrambled up and ran. Behind her, she could feel SCP-3125 watching. The collapse. From somewhere inside the facility came a loud crash. The ceiling gave way. Debris rained down. But Wheeler didn't look back. To be continued, get membership in Patreon to read more chapters. Extra chapters available in Patreon. Patreon.com/Dragonscribe31. Chapter 117. Chapter 117. Ideas can kill, use better ideas. 1078 words. The sudden change in the broadcast sent shockwaves across the entire Marvel universe. For a few seconds, the global live stream went silent. Nobody typed. Nobody spoke. It was as if the entire world was holding its breath. Then, the chat exploded into chaos. What the hell? Aren't they all from the anti-memetics division? Why are they attacking each other? It's SCP-3125. It must be, he's infected. No way. How do you fight something that doesn't even exist in your memory? This is messed up. You can't even trust your teammates now. Sitting grimly in the darkened control room of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury didn't waste time commenting. Instead, his one eye was fixed on the screen, calculating. How could this be stopped? What could they even do against something like this? Inside the broadcast, things were getting worse. The agents at Site-41 were collapsing. The anti-memetics task force was being eaten from the inside by ideas. Over at Kamartaj, the Ancient One's face had gone pale. She saw it again, the fleeting image, the phantom of an abstract, unknowable being. It was devouring not people but concepts, feeding on thought itself. Sacred starfish. Pentagon 1, it's not a being, she whispered. It's divinity itself. The supreme concept. And then, the horror intensified. On the screens, Site-41 was being torn apart. A storm of chaos surged through the corridors. The roof collapsed, the pharmacy obliterated, the armory buried. People screamed, some babbled in languages never meant for the human tongue. It was like a plague of thoughts, twisting minds into madness. Wheeler, the last known unaffected agent, stumbled through the blood-slick hallways, clutching a glowing red ray gun. She tried to avoid confrontation. But when a frenzied agent lunged at her, she reacted. With a single shot, she vaporized the man's torso. Gasps rang out across the live stream. That weapon, that's not ordinary. It's SCP gear. Anomalous, probably anti-memetic itself. Wheeler stared at the body in disbelief. Her voice cracked. This is my first day. The viewers paused. Her first day? Or Had this first day been repeating over and over, erased by antimemetic collapse? No one could be sure. Wheeler, shaken, stood before a dark glass panel in the elevator and saw her own reflection. Then she whispered. It ate everything I knew but not me. So I can rebuild the plan. It's already here, I just have to remember it. She scratched her left wrist. Then she pulled out a small, bright orange security case with a giant black Z printed across it. No, no way, shouted one of the senior agents watching. Victor Hale, watching beside him, squinted. That's a Z-class memory strengthening agent, he said solemnly. James, who stood near the back, looked stunned. Victor explained further, Z-class serum eliminates the brain's natural forgetfulness. Once injected, you'll remember everything. You'll become completely immune to antimemetic effects. But at a cost, James said slowly. That's like mental suicide. Victor nodded. Yes. The human brain isn't built to process everything. Memory protects us. Without it, your mind burns alive in awareness, said the ancient one from Camartage. They all turned back to the screen. Wheeler had clearly already taken the injection. Her eyes were bloodshot, her breathing ragged. But she could see everything now. The elevator had changed. New buttons had appeared. She was already descending to sublevel 30, a floor erased from memory, inaccessible to any normal staff. Graffiti lined the walls, scrawled by those who had also stumbled into this madness before. One figure lay in the corner, so completely erased from reality even flies couldn't smell it. The viewers were frozen. Was this the cost of facing antimemetic threats? Suddenly, a deep, low buzzing filled the room. Wheeler clutched her ears in agony. Her vision blurred. Light stabbed her brain. Sound became data, and data became pain. This is it, Fury muttered. Sensory collapse. And still, Wheeler didn't stop. She slammed her fist into the wall. Blood smeared across the metal. Pain grounded her. From that pain, one memory screamed louder than all others. A plan. Not something she remembered. Something instinctive. Something deeper than memory. She whispered through clenched teeth, I know how to beat you. Then, a voice replied. No, you don't. Everyone froze. Who had spoken? Could it be SCP-3125? No. That wasn't possible. It had no voice. It wasn't a being. It was an idea. And yet, the voice came again. You know what I hate most about you, Wheeler. You're always wrong, and yet you survive. You don't deserve to be the last one standing. Wheeler stood upright. Despite the pain, she gritted her teeth and faced the void. She pressed forward. The elevator stopped. The doors creaked open onto sublevel 30. Crushed walls. Flickering lights. The foundation of Site 41 was collapsing. Still, she moved ahead. She whispered, SCP-3125 doesn't speak. This is a hallucination, a lie. But I do speak, the voice hissed. And I will consume every truth you believe. The voice pressed on, hammering her mind. You're alone. Everyone is dead. The war is over. You lost. But Wheeler didn't stop. She limped through the white corridor, the ray gun now her crutch. She reached the airlock, blindly searching for the card slot. Click. A yellow light glowed. The mechanical door began to open, flower-like. Someone was calling the elevator behind her. Someone was coming. She didn't look back. She stepped into the airlock. Ideas can kill, she said. The voice whispered mockingly, how? Use better ideas. Everything fell silent. Across the world, from Wakanda to Camartage, from S.H.I.E.L.D. to the living rooms of average citizens watching the live feed. No one said a word. They watched her, a thin, bloodied woman, half-blind, half-broken, but standing tall. She was the last survivor. The last hope. Nick Fury exhaled slowly. "Now I believe they can win," he said. At Kamartaj, the Ancient One blinked away tears. Even against the divine, some humans still refused to kneel. And far beyond Earth, in the dimension of the Watchers, Wada leaned back in stunned reverence. It wasn't SCP-3125 that terrified him anymore. It was Wheeler. A woman who turned the very idea of resistance into a weapon. An ordinary person who stood before the unknowable and said, "I have a better idea." And perhaps that was enough. End of chapter 117. Get membership in Patreon to read more chapters. Extra chapters available in Patreon. Patreon.com/Dragonscribe31. Chapter 118, Chapter 118, SCP. 1186 words. Wheeler had no idea that her desperate actions were being witnessed not just by her own universe, but by an entire other world, the Marvel Universe. She wasn't thinking of that. She was only thinking of one thing. Hope. "We won the war the day it began," Wheeler muttered as she limped through the cold, dead hallway. "When we first encountered SCP-3125, we built this bunker." Her voice echoed across the hollow steel of the underground vault. "Hughes faked his death and sealed himself in this place to work undisturbed," she said aloud, as if reminding herself. "The rest of us did our part, keeping the department running, buying time, just for this moment. I was the last step. He was waiting for me." The entire live broadcast audience fell silent. Hughes? Alive? Over in S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury slapped his thigh. "I knew it. I said Hughes wasn't dead." Nearby, Natasha Romanoff rolled her eyes. "James figured that out way before you did." Fury grunted but said nothing more. It didn't matter who realized it first. What mattered was, there was still hope. The Anti-Memetics Division hadn't just been reacting. They'd been planning. Preparing. Sacrificing. The tide of despair that had gripped the viewers began to loosen. For a moment people leaned forward in their chairs with anticipation. But the hope didn't last long. Wheeler emerged from the airlock and stepped into an enormous, hangar-like chamber. The heat hit her like a wave, stale, dry, suffocating. She stumbled across the vast epoxy floor, her boots scraping against layers of dust. "Hughes," she called into the void. "It's time." Her voice echoed but no one answered. There was nothing. Just her. She glanced around. The space was vast and empty. The castle-sized broadcasting array Hughes was supposed to build was missing. So was Hughes. Her breath caught. Her heart sank. Could it be hidden by antimemes? She wondered. No. Not anymore. Not when Z-class memory serum flowed through her brain, burning away every cognitive blind spot. There was truly nothing there. Only a few scraps of a forgotten outpost in the center, a rusted military truck with a flat tire, old worktables scattered with tools. And one squat metal device, barely the size of a shipping container, with wires spilling from its back and into a control panel on the floor. Hydrogen bomb-level antimemes. Wheeler stared at it with trembling eyes. "This is the Anti-Memetics Division's on-site failsafe nuke," she whispered. "If we activate it, it will scrub this entire site clean. Not even memories of Site-41 will remain. Not even us. But it wouldn't kill SCP-3125. It wouldn't even touch it. It would only delay the inevitable. 5 years. 10. Maybe tomorrow. But SCP-3125 would return, and when it did, human civilization would be erased as a concept. Nothing would remain. She closed her eyes. The ache in her skull was unbearable now. No cure. No turning back. The Z-class serum was already destroying her brain. In 1 hour, she'd enter a vegetative state. Then, nothing. This is the wrong machine. She murmured. This was never going to save anyone. She stood there, silent, barely holding on to her consciousness. Over in the viewing room, Victor Hale said grimly, her cognition is collapsing. She's holding on by sheer will. James clenched his fists as he watched the screen. He could feel it, the weight of all those who had come before her. The supervisors stared at Wheeler, unable to speak. She had tried. She had endured. And she had failed. Wheeler finally knelt to the floor, her ray gun clattering beside her. I've lived too long, she muttered. I forgot what kind of universe this is. She thought maybe this time it would be different. That maybe this time they could win. But no. Not today. Suddenly, a sound echoed from the airlock. Footsteps. A figure entered. Kim. But no. It looked like Paul Kim, but something was wrong. The audience froze. The being looked around briefly, located the keycard slot, and stepped inside. It found Wheeler unconscious, lying in the corner. It ignored the truck. It ignored the tables. It walked straight toward the ray gun. Then it stared at her. And smiled. SCP-3125 had arrived. It wasn't a person. It wasn't even Paul Kim anymore. This was a puppet, a physical vessel animated by SCP-3125's malignant will. And it was not alone. Soon, others followed, infected agents, their faces twisted with unnatural malice. They gathered around Wheeler, whispering with inhuman disgust. She can't see them unless she wants to, one muttered. Start with her eyes, another said. Expose her. Make her see. Then we can correct the rest. Non Kim raised his knife. The tip hovered just inches from Wheeler's face. Then. She whispered something. Barely audible. None of this ever happened, Paul, she said. There is no anti-memetics division. You and I don't exist. Non Kim paused. Before it could react. Buzz. A sharp click echoed in the silence. The anti-memetic bomb was armed. Only Wheeler could sense it. Only she could remember the plan. To everyone else in that room, there was nothing but old tools and a broken truck. Then. Darkness. Across both worlds, people froze. No one moved. No one blinked. Then. Boom. The entire live stream exploded in a blinding flash. In one moment, Site-41 was gone. Not destroyed. Erased. What the hell just happened? She did it. Wait, didn't she say anti-memetic bombs don't work? What changed? Over at Stark Tower, Rhodes crossed his arms and answered what everyone was thinking. She wasn't trying to win. She was buying time. Tony's expression darkened. Just like they did 30 years ago. Rhodes nodded. Exactly. He turned to the screen. Nothing remained. No Wheeler. No Site-41. No department. Just blackness. The war was delayed. But at what cost? Back in the command center, James finally spoke. At 11:47 p.m., November 30th. Maria Wheeler detonated the anti-memetic warhead of Site-41. His voice dropped. The anti-memetics division is gone. Erased. Again. Everyone stared at him in disbelief. There was no anger. Only silence. Only loss. Then Victor Hale muttered. So we're unprotected now. Completely, James said. There is no anti-memetics division anymore. Victor's eyes burned. But the bomb doesn't kill SCP-3125. It only exiles it. It'll be back. James nodded gravely. Yes. He extended a pointer toward the display. A new timestamp appeared, 2016. Victor's pupils shrank to pinpoints. You mean? James stared coldly at the date. Yes. Half a year later, SCP-3125 manifests. The world fell silent. Camartage. The Ancient One clutched her chest, stunned. Even beings like the Crimson King, or Galactus, had never manifested fully in the physical world. They were abstract. Cosmic. Distant. But now, SCP-3125 would materialize. A cosmic starfish, not just from beyond space, but beyond thought, would step into reality. Even the Watcher, Wadu, said nothing. If a concept like SCP-3125 could materialize, what would be left of reality at all? The implications were terrifying. The countdown had begun. And the world was completely unprotected. End of Chapter 118. Get membership in Patreon to read more chapters. Extra chapters available in Patreon. Patreon.com/Dragonscribe31. Chapter 119, Chapter 119, and MK. 1075 words. Wrong. Nick Fury's voice cut through the silence like a blade. His single eye narrowed. A terrible realization was forming. If SCP-3125 has fully manifested in reality, he muttered under his breath, then how the hell are we still alive? An MK-class end-of-the-world scenario. That was what it meant. Complete cognitive collapse. Total erasure of human self-awareness. No survival. No memory. No reboot. The very concept of life as we know it would vanish. Nick stared at the screen, waiting for answers. Inside the broadcast feed, Second Supervisor voiced the same concern. If SCP-3125 has invaded physical reality, all fallback protocols become meaningless. Even SCP-2000 won't work. At the mention of SCP-2000, everyone's thoughts snapped to attention. The ultimate failsafe, the world's last hope. A machine designed to reboot humanity from scratch in the event of total extinction. But if reality itself was overwritten, there would be nothing to reboot. SCP-3125 had to be neutralized. Permanently. Instead of giving an immediate answer, James, calm and cold as ever, extended the timeline on the screen. Another year appeared, 2017. Second frowned. What happened this year? James looked him in the eye, no, through him, as if seeing straight into the horrors he couldn't yet comprehend. Living hell, James said quietly. What? The world became a living hell, he repeated, enunciating each word. SCP-3125 infected everything. Cities became fleshy labyrinths. Buildings transformed into walls of meat. There were oceans of rot. Creatures made of teeth and fingernails. And people, humans, turned into vessels of thought-based contagion. Every word hit like a hammer. Viewers watching the live feed began to turn pale. Some couldn't take it. Several audience members vomited. The chat exploded. What the hell? Was this real? Was this actually what happened? Why didn't anyone remember? How did we recover from something like that? The entire Marvel audience was in shock. But it wasn't just them. Even the 4 supervisors were stunned. Second was about to argue, until he remembered one crucial fact. SCP-3125 wasn't like anything else. It wasn't a virus. It wasn't a monster. It was a mimetic predator, an idea that devoured other ideas. A conceptual apex predator. How do you fight something like that? Especially with no anti-memetics division left. One of the supervisors, 10, finally asked the obvious. And then what happened? James paused, then delivered a name like a thunderclap. Adam Wheeler. There was a pause. Everyone recognized the name. Maria Wheeler's husband. 10 leaned forward. You mean he got involved? He recovered from SCP-3125's influence, James explained. And began searching for Hughes. Second stared in disbelief. He found Site-41. James nodded slowly. But then E, who had been quiet this whole time, asked the question that froze the room. Where is Dr. Wheeler? The room fell silent. Right. If Site-41 was obliterated, if the anti-memetics division had been erased. What happened to her? James hesitated. Then he reached into a drawer and pulled out a videotape. But this time, he didn't immediately insert it. This footage is corrupted, he warned. I can't guarantee it's free from memetic contamination. Schur flinched. You mean? James nodded. This is from 2017. The height of the living hell era. The audience in the Marvel world went quiet. They all remembered James's descriptions: flesh buildings, maggot oceans, conceptual extinction. And now they were about to see it. James inserted the tape. The screen buzzed with static and distorted noise. The image flickered like an old horror film, barely comprehensible. Finally, the picture cleared. Clack. 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 A man staggered down a dark corridor. The camera panned closer. It was Adam Wheeler. Middle-aged. Disoriented. Bleeding. His back slumped against the wall, his hand clenched in agony. He screamed as he looked down. 2 fingers were missing. Damn it, he roared, clutching the mangled stump. The screams echoed in a building that did not reply. No one answered. And no one came. In Marvel's world, watchers covered their mouths. In S.H.I.E.L.D., agents exchanged horrified glances. Nick Fury paled. But the horror was just beginning. Adam pushed himself up. His shirt was tattered, his body filthy and gray with ash. He wiped sweat, or maybe tears, from his eyes. And then something dropped from his tear duct. Splat. A writhing black slug landed on the floor. The audience screamed. What the hell? Is he still human? There are creatures inside him. But Adam barely reacted. He looked at the slug as if he were just wiping away a tear. That was what scared Nick Fury the most. Not the slug. But the casualness. This was normal now. This was the world's new reality. And no one remembered. Adam trudged onward. He reached a room, W16, and paused as a phone began to ring. He stepped inside the decrepit office. It was dusty, cold, and dimly lit. Papers everywhere. The phone rang again. He picked it up. Hello. The voice that answered was synthesized, female. Mr. Wheeler. Adam hesitated. Yes. Who is this? You've been unwell. I'll explain later. Right now, there's a woman in room W16. She's dying. His eyes widened. Could it be? I'm not a doctor, he replied weakly. We know. But you're the only one who can help her. Why me? There was silence. Then the voice finally said. Because there's no one else left. Adam didn't ask again. He stepped into the hallway. He found the room. He stepped inside. It was a classroom, rows of desks, messy supplies, faded posters on the walls. But no woman. He turned. and froze. On the blackboard was a chalk drawing. Hyperrealistic. A woman's face. Glasses. Hair framing her cheeks. Eyes brimming with thought. But the drawing was alive. It flickered. It redrew itself 5 to 10 times per second, adjusting constantly. And the color. Bright blue glasses. In the Marvel world, the entire audience gasped. That's her. That's Maria Wheeler. How is she drawn on a blackboard? What is this? What the hell happened? How can a person become a concept? Back at S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury was paralyzed. He stared at the screen, trembling. He had considered every possibility. But not this. Not this. Dr. Wheeler didn't die. She had been transformed. Encoded as a mimetic construct, etched into the walls of reality itself. And Adam was the last person who remembered her. The last witness to a world erased. TOB continued. Get membership in Patreon to read more chapters. Extra chapters available in Patreon. Patreon.com/Dragonscribe31. Chapter 120. Chapter 120. The Foundation is completely destroyed, and the world line ends here. 1,197 words. Even the 4 supervisors, seasoned veterans of anomalies and existential threats, sat frozen before the screen. Their expressions were pale. Their thoughts racing. Sure glanced toward James, searching for answers. But James met his gaze calmly, wordlessly. The silence said more than any explanation. Ten suddenly understood. This was why James hadn't answered seconds earlier question. Because at this point, Wheeler wasn't truly alive anymore. And yet, she wasn't truly dead. The audience watched the screen again, now with heavier hearts. On the chalkboard, the living sketch of Maria Wheeler stared forward, lips moving in eerie silence. Text formed beside her. Adam? Adam Wheeler blinked, startled. He nodded slowly. Yes, he whispered, as if remembering a dream. I can't forget even a single moment. The words erased themselves as soon as new ones appeared. Now I know everything he did. I am blind, and it is roaming around me. I made one mistake after another. He killed everyone I loved except you. Each sentence appeared one after the other, fading like echoes. When the last line vanished, her lips stopped moving. That last sentence hung in the air. The chat in the live stream room grew quiet. The viewers began to understand. Wheeler hadn't just been killed. She had been converted, absorbed into a mimetic form by SCP-3125. Her memories persisted only as conceptual fragments. What was left of her was a drawing. A loop of thought. And yet, Adam still stood there confused. As if part of him couldn't remember. Something vital was still missing. He murmured to himself, trying to make sense of the emotions swelling within him. She was a government agent or something like that. She's imaginary. Doesn't feel real. Too good to be real. Tough. Brilliant. Blue glasses. We talked about music. TV. Stupid stuff. His eyes lit up. Mario. It clicked. Memories surged back, like being electrocuted by the truth. He staggered backward, overwhelmed. No, Mario. What happened to you? I should have been there. He moved closer to the blackboard, trembling, as if he wanted to reach through reality to hold her. Then Wheeler's next message appeared. I sent you away to save your life. Adam gasped. Everything connected. He dropped to his knees, sobbing. Years of trauma, loss, and confusion, all returned in an instant. He cried out, shaking. What do you need? I'll stop him. I'll do anything. I love you. No answer came. The chalk sketch of Wheeler froze. She was gone. Adam reached toward the board. He touched the chalk line that shaped her hair. His fingertips smeared the dust. It was real. But it was just dust. She was memory. And now, even the memory was fading. Tears rolled down Adam's face and struck the floor like a metronome of heartbreak. Then his body gave out. He fainted. The live stream audience was silent. Across dimensions, across timelines, all of humanity watched in mournful silence. This wasn't a superhero. This wasn't a wizard or a mutant. This was just a man. A man who had just remembered his wife. Only to learn she was gone. And even worse, he would forget her again. In the recording, Adam slowly regained consciousness on the cold tile floor beneath the chalkboard. One arm stretched along the base of the wall. He groaned, rolled over, and looked at his fingers. 2 were still missing. But he didn't react. He chuckled weakly, saying to himself, "Guess I'll have to learn to play violin left-handed." The chat exploded. Wait. What? No. No, no, no. Don't tell me. He forgot again. He forgot Maria. In S.H.I.E.L.D., Fury slammed his fist on the table. He forgot her again. Just like that. The entire room fell into a deeper despair than before. Wheeler had left her last message in a final act of will. And Adam had lost it. Everything she sacrificed, erased again. Adam stumbled through the hallway. Dehydrated. Shirtless. Emotionally erased. He found himself in front of a familiar door. Inside the room, a phone rang. He picked it up. Hello. A synthesized female voice responded. Mr. Wheeler. Adam hesitated. Yes. Who is this? The voice paused as if stunned. Then asked gently. Before we begin, does the name Maria Wheeler mean anything to you? The entire world held its breath. Please, Adam. Don't let her memory die. Please remember her. Adam blinked. Then replied. Nothing. Should it? Everyone collapsed. He had forgotten. Completely. The machine voice didn't show emotion. Not disappointment. Not relief. Just the next line. My name is Ulrich. I represent an organization called the Foundation. Its purpose is to prevent situations like the one we're in now. Adam looked around nervously. What is happening? The world has gone to hell, Mr. Wheeler. Adam laughed bitterly. Well, that's bad luck. A pause. Then, Ulrich spoke again. Yes. Very bad luck. Mr. Wheeler. I need your help. I'm the last member of the Foundation. Everyone else is dead. The viewers were stunned. What? The entire Foundation is gone. Only one person left. Back on the screen, the supervisor sat stone-faced. Victor Hale stared at James. Impossible. The O5 Council can't all be dead. James shook his head. This isn't just a threat. This is SCP-3125. An invasive concept. How do you fight something you don't even know exists? How do you win a war when you don't know you're at war? Second couldn't reply. There was nothing to say. The Foundation had fallen. Camartage. Even the Ancient One looked hollow. They sealed gods. They destroyed cosmic threats, and they still lost. She whispered to herself. Against something like the fifth starfish, was there ever a chance? The deepest corner of the multiverse. The Watcher, Wadu, stood in silent grief. He had seen infinite timelines. He had watched civilizations fall. But this was inevitability. 3125 was not a force. It was inevitability given form. But then, in S.H.I.E.L.D., Natasha Romanoff broke the silence. Wait a second. She pointed at the screen. If SCP-3125 had truly won, then why are James and the others still here, watching these tapes? Fury's eyes widened. You're right. Something didn't add up. If human thought had collapsed, if memory had dissolved, if the world had ended, then why was there still a recording? Why was there still an audience? James, the supervisors, even the watchers, they still existed. Meaning, somehow, the Foundation succeeded. They stopped the apocalypse. Even if it was only temporary. Hope sparked again. Everyone leaned forward. What happened? What did Adam do? Back on the screen, Ulrich's voice resumed. I need you to find a man named Hughes. Gasps echoed across the live stream. Hughes? He's still alive. This is it. The world line is beginning to repair. The scattered pieces were coming together. The chalkboard. The broken memories. The final voicemail. It all led to Hughes. The man who vanished at the beginning. The man who may still hold the key. The screen faded to black. TOB continued, get membership in Patreon to read more chapters. Extra chapters available in Patreon. Patreon.com/Dragonscribe31. Chapter 121, Chapter 121, Cosmic Starfish Invades Reality, the Embodiment of Filthy Flesh and Blood. 1,155 words. Hughes was alive. That simple truth, barely believable, may have been the only spark of hope left in a world teetering on the edge of oblivion. Amid the devastation and madness that plagued the Earth, this fact remained: Hughes was not dead. It was a thread. Thin, fragile. But hope nonetheless. But Adam Wheeler, just a violinist, an ordinary man, was not someone meant to change the fate of a collapsing world. He had no superpowers, no weapons, no Foundation clearance. All he had was an iron will and a burning need to find the one man who might save everything. In the S.H.I.E.L.D. monitoring room, silence ruled. Everyone stared at the screen. Then, one of the senior analysts broke the silence. So what happened next? Where did he go to find Hughes? James, standing by the projector, updated the screen. May 4th, he said. After days of scouring Site-41, Adam Wheeler uploaded the final addendum to SCP-3125. The feed flickered. The SCP-3125 file popped up again, and the audience immediately noticed something new: Appendix 3, listed at the bottom. James clicked it open. I found your body. A strong feeling of being lost. I don't mind admitting this. I once knew a Mario. In the short time I knew her, she wasn't one to admit defeat. But that was long ago. It's not my place to tell you how to do your job. But I think you're missing something. From what I see, Site-41 isn't the only anti-memetics division. There are others. They're invisible. But they exist. Your plan has likely been in motion for longer than you remember. And you've initiated it more than once. 60 equals. The room was stunned. Even the audience watching the global live stream felt chills run down their spines. Natasha Romanoff narrowed her eyes. What does that mean? More anti-memetic sites. Nick Fury didn't look away from the screen. Dr. Wheeler's memories were repeatedly wiped. She might not have known it herself. But there could be other secure sites. Then maybe Hughes is at one of them, an agent exclaimed. No one answered. They just kept reading. There's another location. S-167-001-6183. It has a truck-sized amnestic airlock. Site-167 doesn't exist on any map. Probably why you missed it. But it's real. It's far. And probably ruined. But it's better than nothing. I'll die getting there. But if someone else finds this file, maybe you'll follow in my footsteps. No matter what, continue to exist. Adam Wheeler, the meddler, James read aloud. The note ended there. No coordinates. No map. Just one last thread of hope. James took a deep breath and pulled out a tape marked final. This is the last one, he said, voice low. Gasps echoed through the room. Could this be it? The final record. The tape slid into the player. The screen came to life. Everyone, S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, global viewers, even the Avengers, leaned in. The screen lit up with the image of Adam, his face pale, his posture slouched. He was limping through what looked like a ruined industrial complex. Is that Site-167? Someone whispered. It didn't look like a place of safety. It looked like a war zone. There were no trees. No grass. Only concrete buildings twisted into jagged, alien shapes. The wind howled across empty courtyards. And in the center, a crater, charred and blackened, where a laser strike had seemingly obliterated something massive. Site-167 wasn't just abandoned. It was annihilated. Why does it look like it got nuked? Someone asked. But Adam pushed on. His skin pale. His lips cracked. He walked alone, through 4 kilometers of pure devastation. I can't take this, someone muttered in the live stream. But Adam kept walking. He reached a massive shaft, 30 meters wide, nestled between 2 buildings. A crane hung above it like a forgotten relic. The air around the shaft seemed thinner. Reality itself warped near its edge. Adam began his descent. Down into the dark. It took hours. He followed a crude, hand-drawn map. He passed research rooms, cracked walls, rusted tools, bloodstains. Then he found it, the door to S-167-001-6183. He fumbled for his keycard with shaking fingers. Beep. The airlock clicked open. Inside, the lights flickered weakly. A thick, tropical humidity hit him like a wall. Garbage lined the halls, broken furniture, shattered glass, scraps of paper with half-faded words. The camera followed Adam into a massive chamber. And there, on the far end, loomed something monstrous. A smooth, quivering dome of flesh. Black. Slimy. Covered in dots of green. The world froze. The live stream exploded. What is that? Is that the creature SCP-3125 summoned? It's alive. It's breathing. That's disgusting. Even the Avengers were speechless. The mass resembled a mountain-sized, spherical liver. A grotesque parody of life. And it was alive. Dozens of pipes fed into it from above. Mist hissed from nearby towers. The lighting bathed it in a sickly yellow hue. There was no staff. No hues. Only this. Adam approached the edge of the basin that held the creature. Despite everything, his face remained calm. He shouted. Is there a Dr. Hughes here? Silence. The creature didn't react. Encouraged, Adam tried again. I'm looking for a machine called. But he never finished. The creature twitched. It woke up. The world lost its breath. The beast stirred. Gallons of fluid sloshed over the rim of the basin. The creature's form rose, an eyeless bulk of bloated tissue, muscle, and impossible organs. It moved toward him. Even without eyes, everyone felt its gaze. The screen seemed to hum with wrongness. I can't breathe. This thing, it's unreal. That's no SCP. That's a goddamn cosmic mistake. Adam stuttered. Unreality. Amplifier. The beast quivered. Then it moved toward Adam. There were no alarms. No guards. Just one man. And one primordial thing, bred from unreality and madness. James, watching from the shield. Control room, whispered, "This is the end, isn't it?" But Adam did not run. He stood his ground. He watched the creature loom higher, stretching flabby limbs and flippers over the railing. Slime cascaded off its bloated body. And then, it stopped. It didn't attack. It watched. Adam's voice trembled. "Please. If you're still in there, Hughes. I need the amplifier. The world needs it." Nothing. Just the thrum of machinery. And the creature's labored breath. Adam took one step closer. Everyone watching braced for death. But instead, the creature shifted. A low rumble. One of the thick pipes near the base detached with a hiss. Then, a massive cylinder slowly rolled out from beneath the creature's body. It was the unreality amplifier. The room went silent. The audience burst into tears. Against all odds, Adam found it. Not through strength. Not through magic. But through sheer, unshakable resolve. And now, he held the key to saving reality. Get membership in Patreon to read more chapters. Extra chapters available in Patreon. Patreon.com/Dragonscribe31. Chapter 122, Chapter 122, Anti-Memetics Division vs. Supreme Godhead, the Foundation's purpose is to protect humanity. 1,263 words. Adam didn't want to stay in the monstrous chamber a second longer. He had seen enough. He had learned too much. He turned to leave, to escape the suffocating presence behind him. But as he approached the door, he saw something that made his heart drop. The airtight door was already shut. Not just shut but sealed. He didn't panic. Not immediately. Sudden movements could draw attention. Instead, he calmly walked over and reached for his access card, the one he'd stolen. He was only inches from the scanner when... Swish! A red, sinewy tendril shot out from the air, latching onto his wrist with unnatural speed. It coiled around his arms like a serpent, sticky, pulsing, and filled with something that felt like bones. In the live broadcast room, across the Marvel world and beyond, the audience held their breath. Their hearts clenched. Oh God, is it attacking? Can Adam even escape now? He struggled, but the rope tightened further. His arms locked in place. Damn it! Adam cursed, trying to twist his head to locate the origin of the red tendril. But he couldn't. The creature behind him had moved. And then, it happened. The meat mountain opened an eye. A single, massive eye. 10 meters wide. The iris, bright pink. The pupils, for large, black voids staring in different directions. For a moment, time stood still. Even the battle-hardened Avengers watching from S.H.I.E.L.D. fell silent. But Nick Fury's eyes lit up with recognition. Wait, he said slowly. Does this thing look familiar? Natasha frowned. What? You've seen this monster before. No, Fury murmured, eyes narrowed. But maybe I've seen something like it. He suddenly snapped his fingers. Germ. This is a massive version of the thought germ. Everyone looked back at the screen. And then they saw it too. This wasn't just a monster. It was a thought, magnified, twisted, given flesh. It was a cognitive organism, a living meme. A massive, grotesque anti-meme embryo. And worse. It was sentient. The massive creature spoke. Not with a voice. Not through sound. but through a psychic pulse, a soundless scream that clawed into everyone's brains like a swarm of insects. "Do you have it?" Adam froze. "What?" "No doctor. No machine." Without warning, another thicker red line snaked out, grabbed the access pass from his fingers, and lifted it toward the massive eye. The audience watching were completely unnerved. What was this creature doing? Was it inspecting him? Studying him? Wheeler. Adam blinked. Yeah. That's a coincidence actually. And then the red string yanked him upward. Adam screamed, legs kicking in the air as he was hoisted like a marionette. A flash of pink filled the screen. The monster opened one of its pupils. And Adam was dropped straight into it. Gasps echoed across the live stream. It was like watching a nightmare. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3. No blood. No scream. No crunch. Silence. Then a voice returned, clearer now. "I am Hughes." Everything shattered. The world, the broadcast room, even S.H.I.E.L.D. fell into stunned disbelief. No. What did it just say? Did it say Hughes? Oh my God, no way, this thing is Dr. Hughes. Nick Fury's hands trembled slightly. Hughes. Is that? That wasn't just a theory anymore. The creature was Hughes. The once brilliant doctor, now a mass of cognition and biomass, sealed within a semi-living embryo. My human body died. But my mind remained inside the embryo. I'm barely alive like this. The audience was stunned. The despair they felt turned into something else entirely. Awe. Respect. Horror. I worked inside this form for over a year. I made tools and computer peripherals that suited my limbs. Wrote with small instruments. I even made myself chairs. Built furniture. And developed some hobbies. I sleep in nutrient mud baths. Marvel's greatest minds couldn't comprehend it. Dr. Banner stared at the screen in disbelief. Tony Stark whispered, "This guy lost everything." But he kept building. He kept going. By the end of the first month, I confirmed that the counter-meme I needed existed. But it was beyond human comprehension. So I decided to artificially amplify an idea, starting with a human carrier. A single-cell concept, nurtured by machines. Adam looked up weakly. You mean the unreality amplifier? Yes. But by year 2, I realized I couldn't build it. Theory and practice were too far apart. So I abandoned all previous plans. I started over. Images formed in every viewer's mind. A giant fleshy embryo, hunched over machines, developing technology from scratch. Trial and error. Blueprints crumpled. Ideas failing. Years ticking by. But he never stopped. I reverse-engineered my own DNA. I built support structures, reconstructed my mind, made my brain larger, denser, more complex. I reshaped myself into a machine capable of thinking the impossible. At Stark Tower, Tony whispered, "You did all that just to think better." Even the cynics were silenced. Once in my mental space, I saw myself. A human-shaped light, surrounded by others. Real. Imaginary. Past. Future. I realized then, I'm the inventor. But not the one who will use the weapon. The embryo stared at Adam. The idea, the seed, never existed in me. It had to be someone else's. Adam's lips trembled. He whispered, "Me." The eye didn't blink. Yes. You. It had always been you. Why? He wondered. Why a violinist? Why a nobody? Maybe the Foundation knew. Maybe that was what they saw in him. From the embryo's side, a small device extended, a short, thick orange cylinder. Adam recognized it instantly. Grade Z memory-enhancing injection. A dangerous drug designed to break memory barriers. To remember things you were never meant to remember. It could kill him. He accepted it without hesitation. But if I take it, I'll remember. He could already feel it, a song at the edge of hearing. A warm light through shattered glass. He saw Hughes. Smiling. Sad. Proud. I will share my mind with you. You'll find your best idea. Only you can bring this to an end. Adam injected it. The pain hit instantly, like fire in his veins. Memories flooded his mind. He saw her. Wheeler. There's an anti-meme. SCP-3125, she said. It killed me. And the Foundation. And the world. Now it's taking over reality. No one else is left. Except you. Adam's eyes burned. His ears roared with white noise. He saw the lie. The cosmic lie. The thing that had murdered the Foundation wasn't a beast. It was an idea. A lie so massive it swallowed all truth. And it could only be stopped with a better idea. The embryo leaned in. That's why I needed you. You are my best idea. He saw it. The meme complex Hughes built. A beautiful lattice of light and order. A model of what the Foundation was meant to be. What it could have been. Its noblest purpose, to protect humanity. To lock the monsters away. To swallow the fear, so others wouldn't have to. Adam, Wheeler said, kneeling beside him. I can see it. It ends here. Adam laughed weakly, tears streaming down. That's good, he whispered. I haven't heard good news in a long time. He collapsed, but she held his hand. And then. He saw it. The truth. SCP-3125. A massive, living lie, twisting through every word and thought and dream of humankind. A black void of memes, eating language, devouring belief. But now. He could see it. And if he could see it, he could fight it. End it, he said. Today. To be continued, get membership in Patreon to read more chapters. Extra chapters available in Patreon. Patreon.com/Dragonscribe31. Chapter 123, Chapter 123, The Death of the Cosmic Starfish. They destroyed the Supreme Divinity. 1,125 words. Adam, listen closely, Wheeler said, her form glowing faintly, trembling at the edges of unreality. It's different over there. I've seen glimpses. I've brushed against that place before, but I've never been there. She looked at Adam, his cheeks soaked with tears, his breathing labored, and smiled through the pain. I don't know what it's going to be like. But I know one thing, I'm not human anymore. Not really. I can't come back. But I love you. Adam's head felt like it was on fire. Thoughts crawled through his neurons like glowing insects, burning, reshaping. I know, he whispered. It's okay. There's no one left to come back to. Just seeing you again. It's enough. I love you too. Stand back. Dr. Hughes' voice echoed not from the air, but from inside their minds. Wheeler gave Adam one last look. Then she slowly stepped back. You used to sing, Adam said, as her form shimmered under the rising ignition. Always, she said softly. That was the first thing it took from us. But I still remember. A sound like distant thunder rolled through the chamber. The launch window opened, not a door, not a portal, but a metaphysical burst of cognition and light. And then. She ascended. Her perspective expanded. Everything around her, Adam, the room, the Foundation, even the earth itself, began to shrink into the distance. From the outside, it was just a shimmer on the screen. From within, Wheeler was transcending the limits of human perception. The Marvel world held its breath. None of them could speak. No one even blinked. This was beyond superpowers. Beyond magic. Beyond gods. This was cognitive warfare on a divine scale. At S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Natasha Romanoff's voice trembled. Dr. Hughes. He turned himself into a biological version of the unreality amplifier. Nick Fury nodded slowly, and Wheeler, she was the best idea. The one spark of light. He clenched his fists. She was the ignition. And then. The stars screamed. SCP-3125 turned. Its massive structure, beyond imagination, beyond logic, shuddered. It had no true body. It was a cosmic lie, an idea so vast, it took form only through its parasitism on lesser minds. Its presence had destroyed entire realities. It had unwritten civilizations by simply making them forget themselves. Its chaotic complexity was beyond the scope of sanity. Just knowing it existed caused psychic hemorrhaging. But Wheeler was changing. Ascending. She rose until she could see it for what it was. A tangled mass of falsehoods. A monument to oblivion. And then. She understood. Instinctively, she grasped its structure. Its weaknesses. Its flaws. And how to unravel them. The two beings faced one another, not in battle but in pure thought. This wasn't combat. It was math. Mimetic algebra. Conceptual calculus. They collided like two galaxies of equations. Each iteration slicing away complexity like a sculptor carving truth from stone. SCP-3125's form began to degrade. From complexity to simplicity. From overwhelming presence to outdated error. One by one, its limbs collapsed inwards. Its infinite limbs folded like origami made of thought. It tried to scream. It tried to adapt. But it was too late. Wheeler's light was truth. And truth devours lies. With a flash, SCP-3125 vanished. Not exploded. Not destroyed. Simply disproven. Its mimetic grip on reality disintegrated, and with it, the lies that had twisted the world unraveled. Balance returned. As if someone pressed reset on existence itself. In Marvel's world, the silence was overwhelming. The threat that once felt larger than gods, greater than time, was gone. And with it, so were Wheeler, Adam, and Hughes. They had been the only ones left. And they'd given everything. Kamartaj. The Ancient One sat alone. She had witnessed the collapse not with eyes, but through the weave of magic and mind. Wheeler had defied reality itself. Fought a supreme cosmic idea and won. How could this be? A mortal turned into concept and then into salvation. She whispered to herself, that was divinity reversed. Observer dimension. Watcher Wadu stood frozen. He had seen gods fall. Universes vanish. But nothing like this. He watched the spider legs that remained, the few remnants of SCP-3125's manifestation. They were being devoured by something even more ancient. Something that should not exist. He stepped back in fear. Whatever was now consuming the last pieces of SCP-3125 was worse than the threat itself. It was the price of balance. Meanwhile, back at S.H.I.E.L.D., the broadcast resumed. The screen displayed James, standing tall. At this point, SCP-3125 has been completely neutralized. The last remaining men became the fuse for the weapon. A love long lost transformed into a concept. And an entire department became a battlefield. Then he said, firmly, "There is no more anti-memetics division." The supervisors remained silent as statues. Until at last, James asked, "So what did we learn?" He didn't raise his voice. He didn't shout. But the weight of his words was undeniable. We learned that time was stolen from us. There was nearly a full year that vanished. Entire city sectors were cut off from perception. Humanity rerouted itself around holes in the map. And people disappeared. So many that I couldn't even count them. He looked at the audience, looked beyond the screen, into them. We learned that no matter how massive the anomaly, civilization always forgets. Because forgetting is easier than remembering. No one argued. Everyone remembered now. The lost time. The empty buildings. The missing friends. All erased by a predator of thought. James pointed at the screen's timeline. A list. Dates, names. Each one a death. First 4,000. Then 90. Then 40. Then none. The anti-memetics division had died quietly. No celebration. No honors. Just erased. And what did the Foundation do, he asked. Did we witness it? Fight it? Hide? What did we do to protect our own? The O5 Council remained silent. James's voice softened. At the very least, they deserve a tombstone. He stepped away. Drained. Hollow. He knew he'd forget again. He knew the Foundation would deny it again. But still. Give them a tombstone. Scene fades. The convoy carrying James leaves sight, 19. And somewhere beyond their perception. It watches. A massive beast, nearly 1,000 meters tall at the shoulder. She walks the barren plain, invisible to humans, just as the sight is invisible to her. In her mouth, a spider. Shriveled, twitching. The last fragment of the monster. The beast's name, SCP-2256, Hook. A prehistoric predator of thought. Still alive. Still feeding. She swallows the last spider leg. Victory. She throws her head back and releases a triumphant infrasonic cry. The Marvel world hears nothing. But the universe does. Old lies become food. And new stars begin to shine. Get membership in Patreon to read more chapters. Extra chapters available in Patreon. Patreon.com/Dragonscribe31. Chapter 124, Chapter 124, Promotion from Elementary Level Researcher to O5 Council. Crazy? 1,110 words. The Marvel Universe's live broadcast room fell into stunned silence. The colossal creature from moments ago, so towering and surreal it defied natural laws, was now chewing on the spider-like corpse of SCP-3125, the very embodiment of conceptual destruction. Wait, what is that thing? A secret beast? Weren't they supposed to be extinct? Is it eating spider legs? No, wait, is that SCP-3125's corpse? The hell? That thing is not only alive, it's feeding on the Supreme Godhead's remains. And it's invisible to humans. Is it even real? Shocked murmurs flooded the stream. Agents, sorcerers, even cosmic observers were paralyzed by the sight. Until the camera panned back. And James appeared again, calm, clean-cut, and almost casual. The setting had shifted. They were back at Site 17, the Foundation's primary center for low-risk humanoid SCPs. Suddenly, the world felt a little less nightmarish. And when James walked into the cafeteria with ZYN and Lois, there was an almost comedic sense of whiplash. After all the existential horror, they were just getting lunch. Even the audience laughed nervously. Was this real? Lois squinted at James, tilting her head. You guys. Where the hell did you go? She asked. And why do you look younger now? ZYN raised an eyebrow too. You're glowing, man. Did you take a vacation inside a cosmic anomaly or something? James didn't answer. He simply took a sip from his glass. Lois, sensing the awkward tension, changed the topic fast. Hey. You heard? The Foundation's talking about starting a new department. ZYN leaned forward, curious. New department? Yeah, I think it's called the Concept Department or something. Lois scratched her head. Supposed to deal with, like, anti-meme research. The second she said that, James froze. The glass stopped halfway to his mouth. Lois kept rambling, not noticing. I mean, I know what memes are, but anti-memes. Like the opposite of viral videos. I mean, duh, ZYN replied. If memes spread, then anti-memes must not spread. James finally spoke, his voice calm but firm. Anti-memes are concepts that, by their nature, erase themselves from memory. Ideas that defend themselves from being remembered. From being known. Both Lois and ZYN fell quiet, blinking. Lois muttered, huh. Didn't know you were that deep. The audience watching around the world felt a strange emptiness at that moment. The anti-memetics division had saved the world. But no one remembered them. Not even their friends. The king had shattered a god at the cost of his department's annihilation, and no one knew. James downed the rest of his wine and stood up. I've got work. Catch you later. He left without another word, the laughter and clinking of silverware behind him fading into a dull echo. Soon, James found himself outside a familiar door, Dr. Kondraki's office. Dr. Kondraki still had the same wide glasses, the same brown baseball cap, the same ever-present cigarette in his mouth. But he looked tired. And old. When he looked up and saw James, his expression softened. Damn. You were gone forever. I'm drowning in paperwork. James shook his head and sat across from him. He declined the cigarette. Kondraki exhaled a puff of smoke and tossed a file across the desk. So. You get your memories back. James nodded. Good, Kondraki muttered. Because I've got something else for you. He dropped a manila folder onto the desk. The audience in the live broadcast room leaned forward. The screen displayed the label. Project name, Son of Mun. Item hashtag, SCP-321. Object class, safe. Safe? The entire room, virtual and real, blinked. Just moments ago, they had watched a war against the literal god of thought, and now they were dealing with a safe class file. What? From killing gods to babysitting plush toys. The tone shift gave me emotional whiplash. Dr. Kondraki handing out safe class. Something's wrong here. The screen revealed more. Special containment procedures. SCP-321 is to be contained in a standard chamber. Due to developmental abnormalities, it is fitted with support structures and an artificial heart. Feeding 3 times daily. 3 hours of daily exercise and therapy. Allowed several stuffed animals. Stuffed animals. Even S.H.I.E.L.D. was baffled. Natasha leaned back in her seat. Wait, this feels like 239 all over again. Even Nick Fury flinched at the name. They all remembered what happened the last time they called a child SCP safe. Still, they kept reading. Description. SCP-321 is a 3.1-meter-tall human female. Stillborn, later resurrected by her father, an elementary-level Foundation researcher, using several SCPs, unable to speak, highly limited intelligence. Has regenerative abilities and abnormal growth rate. Continued to grow over the decades and shows no sign of stopping. Then came the twist. Parent, elementary researcher Adam. The same name appeared repeatedly. 4 times across for decades the same man filed requests. Remove SCP-321's designation. Release her. Return her to her family. She is not a threat. And 4 times. The O5 Council rejected him. The final rejection was brutal. This is the last time, Adam. She is not, and never has been, your daughter. O5-1. The live chat exploded. Wait. You're telling me this man tried to declassify his daughter for decades? From elementary researcher to site director, all the way to O5. He climbed the entire hierarchy just to get his daughter back. In the office, James looked up, stunned. So you want me to teach her? Dr. Kondraki chuckled, then shook his head. Hell no. I want you to help him. He slid another paper across the desk. It was a formal file. A 5th request. Blank. Waiting for a signature. This time, it was James' name on the line. The broadcast room went silent. James picked up the pen. The screen zoomed in on the form. Dr. Kondraki leaned back, exhaling smoke. This guy. Adam. He didn't do it for glory. Didn't do it for power. Didn't even do it for science. He pointed at the form. He became an O5 for one reason. To bring his daughter home. The silence in the Marvel universe was deafening. From Kamartaj to Wakanda, from Asgard to the depths of the ocean, everyone was struck by the weight of that truth. Amun had endured decades of rejection, ridicule, and unimaginable obstacles. And he rose. Not through brute strength. Not through clever manipulation. But through unshakable love. To reclaim one life. A small, fragile being. A child the world had labeled other. Now, she might finally come home. James signed the form. Get membership in Patreon to read more chapters. Extra chapters available in Patreon. Patreon.com/Dragonscribe31. Chapter 125, Chapter 125, The O5 Council Splits. The 3 Death Brothers appear. 1,133 words. Now it made sense. Finally, the audience in the global live broadcast understood what Dr. Kondraki had meant when he said, if you don't handle this well, you'll get dragged into an O5 mess. Because the subject they were dealing with wasn't just any SCP. It was the daughter of O5-12. The entire live stream erupted. Wait, what? That's whose daughter? You're telling me that safe class anomaly belongs to an O5? Men, forget Kita. This is political containment. As if that wasn't shocking enough, Dr. Kondraki leaned back in his chair and said coolly. Strictly speaking. I brought this trouble on myself. James, formerly known as Lin Lang, raised an eyebrow. Are you referring to the SCP-083 execution incident? Kondraki went quiet. He lit another cigarette. Inhaled deeply. And exhaled slowly. Yeah, he muttered that time. At that moment, Marvel audiences felt a chill. That incident was infamous. Dr. Kondraki's unauthorized termination of SCP-083 had nearly destroyed Site-19. Dozens of anomalies were affected. SCP-682 itself broke containment. Even high-yield conceptual weapons failed to contain the chaos. But now, was there more to it? James pressed, Dr. Gears once wrote that you tried to ride SCP-682 during that breach. Dr. Kondraki scratched his head and looked away. No answer. Which, of course, was its own answer. Marvel agents went wide-eyed. You're kidding me, he actually rode 682. That's so unhinged it just might be real. Even James seemed stunned. So you caused the breach on purpose. Not exactly how Gears described it, but close enough, Kondraki admitted. Yeah. I released 682. Intentionally. He said it like he was confessing to skipping breakfast, not releasing a murder lizard. James narrowed his eyes. Why? The air thickened as Kondraki crushed his cigarette into an overflowing ashtray. Then he spoke. Because I realized the O5 command was pulling my strings like I was some marionette. James blinked. So you released a planet-killing lizard because the O5 were micromanaging you? No. Not just that, Kondraki snapped. He was agitated now, fishing for another cigarette and failing. People get picked, manipulated. Some get promoted just to be used. And when the game's over, they're discarded. Forgotten. Suicides, mutinies, quiet terminations. The broadcast room went silent. Even S.H.I.E.L.D.'s agents looked at each other, disturbed. Kondraki's voice was rising now. Clef. He's a great example. His insane termination log proposal. Approved by O5-7. My own plan in the Duke's End. Approved by the Council. He leaned forward with a bitter grin. Tell me. Why would a council of godlike administrators repeatedly try to kill their own top-level researchers and fail? James said nothing. Kondraki's expression darkened. Because they didn't try. His tone shifted, becoming ice-cold. The O5 Council adopts high-level staff. Uses them. Gives them just enough leash to make noise, attract attention. Then disavows them. They sign off on dangerous plans, let them crash and burn, and clean up afterward. The world watching froze. Even cosmic beings like Watu were unnerved. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Nick Fury sat forward, expression unreadable. He was drawing dangerous parallels. Dr. Kondraki had just cracked open the core of the Foundation's structure. And it didn't look noble. The O5 Council isn't unified, he continued. Some are manipulators. Others are clueless. Some just don't care. The live stream comments exploded. Wait, there's division within the O5. So they're not an omniscient council. Just squabbling gods. No wonder some anomalies never get resolved. Kondraki sighed and slouched in his chair. At first, I accepted it. Went along with it. But then I found out the truth. James watched him. And I fought back, Kondraki said. That's what the 083 breach really was. A message. To them. He looked down. They heard it. Omega-7 was shut down. Kane's Olympian initiative. Gone. The Egg Walker. Shelved. Every single weaponization project terminated. He chuckled bitterly. Even my butterfly project. They stuck it in a greenhouse. James finally spoke, voice steady, so. What do you want from me? Kondraki stood, resting a hand on James' shoulder. You're young. Smart. I watched you rise from nothing. He smiled faintly. Just promise me, if you ever become an overseer, don't become one of them. James didn't answer. He didn't need to. Kondraki handed him a sealed file. If you've got time, he said, go check out this guy. They destroyed an entire site trying to contain him. James raised an eyebrow. Destroyed a site? Even the audience recoiled. What? You failed to contain him and lost a whole site. James opened the file later that night, back in his dorm. The header read. Project name, the old man whose origin is unknown. Item hashtag, SCP-1440. Object class, Keter. Keter. That word hit like a punch to the chest. S.H.I.E.L.D. agents groaned audibly. Natasha scowled at the screen. Keter again? Does this guy attract anomalies or what? Nick Fury sighed. He's a level 4 researcher now. What did you expect? With great clearance comes more paperwork, Fury muttered. James flipped through the file. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-1440 is currently uncontained. Attempts at containment have led to massive structural losses. Monitoring and avoidance is the current protocol. James paused. SCPs that were uncontainable weren't new. But this felt different. He kept reading. Description: SCP-1440 is an elderly male, origin unknown. Appears to be 80 to 90 years old, though has shown no aging since first contact over 50 years ago. Whenever asked about name, place, or time of birth, SCP-1440 refuses to answer, or possibly does not remember. James frowned. Another immortal. The Marvel audience had the same thought. Bro, immortality is getting crowded. 682, 343, now this guy. But then, James reached the next line. SCP-1440's anomalous properties begin manifesting within days of contact with human settlements or artificial constructs. He exerts a negative field, a kind of entropy that causes collapse. People. Machines. Entire cities. The only objects unaffected are SCP-1440 himself and his belongings. James nearly dropped the file. He wasn't just immortal. He was a walking apocalypse. Shield's monitors beeped. Natasha read aloud, horrified. Any human or human-made structure near SCP-1440 for an extended period will eventually be destroyed. Nick Fury leaned back in his chair. He doesn't kill people. The universe does it for him. James turned to the last page. A brief mission report. SCP-1440 had passed through a Foundation site. Within 6 days, every automated system failed. Security personnel died mysteriously. By day 10, the entire site collapsed. James closed the file slowly. He stared ahead. Then said what everyone was thinking. This isn't just a containment issue. This is a walking curse. To be continued. Get membership in Patreon to read more chapters. Extra chapters available in Patreon. Patreon.com/Dragonscribe31. Chapter 126, Chapter 126, 3 Supreme Gods. Total Annihilation, Disaster Annihilation, and Sorrowful Annihilation. 1,150 words. The entire Marvel Universe held its breath. Every hero, villain, and agent stared at the screen, stunned by what they were witnessing. An old man stood in the footage, yet he gave off an overwhelming aura, almost like a walking natural disaster. An immortal being. An old man who brings destruction just by existing. Was this some kind of joke? In the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D., the agents were just as shocked. Could this be some kind of reality warping ability? Natasha Romanoff asked, narrowing her eyes. Maybe a power that even he can't control. Nick Fury, standing behind her, scrolled through the Foundation's records and shook his head. No, if it was just uncontrolled reality warping, the SCP Foundation would have caught on. But look at this. He pointed to a section of the document. The subject appears as a man in his 80s or 90s, but he has shown no signs of aging in the 50 years since coming to the Foundation's attention. Nick's eyes lit up. Think about it, he looks old already, so 50 years ago, he must have looked like this too. That means he only became ageless after something happened. This realization sent a chill through everyone. Whatever this man, SCP-1440, had done, it had turned him into an eternal walking catastrophe. More text appeared on the screen. SCP-1440 avoids contact with humans whenever possible, as he is aware of his effects on them. Despite this, he follows a strange pattern that always leads him back to people. No analysis has revealed the logic of this pattern. SCP-1440 offers no insight. He is not hostile, does not resist capture, but every containment attempt ends in disaster, with the loss of lives and materials. The audience watching the live stream fell silent. Then, one by one, reactions poured in. He avoids people. So he's not a villain. This old man, he's trying to protect us by staying away. Why do bad things happen to kind-hearted people? Damn. He's like a lonely god cursed to walk the earth. Back in S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury nodded grimly. As expected, he knows how dangerous he is. He's rejecting his own power. His eyes fell again on the phrase, always leads to contact with humans. He muttered, is it fate? A curse? Or something worse? Suddenly, more details popped up on the screen. SCP-1440 first approached the Foundation by seeking out Dr. Redacted, a researcher at site. He asked her to destroy him. The entire site was wiped out. 6 safe and Euclid-class SCPs were destroyed. All future containment attempts ended the same way. Gasps filled the room. He asked to be destroyed. He caused that much damage just by being there. Even Nick Fury looked shaken now. If this man ever walked into one of our major sites like Site 17 or Site 19. He didn't finish the sentence. He didn't have to. At Kamartaj, the Ancient One was watching too, her face growing tense. This power isn't normal. It's not magic. It's not even cosmic. Her voice trembled. Could this be the power of a god? Her mind drifted to past threats, the Crimson King, Galactus, the cosmic starfish. This man could be worse. Suddenly, the footage changed again. A grainy video clip loaded up. Interview log 1440-7, Area 142 Containment Attempt Number 4. Fortunately saved on a remote server before the site's collapse. Interviewer, Dr. Redacted. Interviewee, SCP-1440. James, watching the feed from a remote lab, paused before pressing play. He found a paper note stuck to the disk. Forward, upon SCP-1440's arrival at Area 142, personnel experienced migraines and nausea. Over 2 days, water filters broke down, a hangar collapsed, and several pilots died. Dr. Redacted suffered complete organ failure despite perfect prior health. James gulped. This wasn't just a disaster aura anymore. This was death incarnate. The screen blinked to life. A sterile conference room. An old man in a black robe sat quietly across from a doctor. Everyone watching knew instantly, this was SCP-1440. He wore a square black hat and carried a mysterious cloth bag over his shoulder. His presence alone made the room feel colder. At Kamartaj, the Ancient One trembled. Her mystical senses screamed as they read his aura. 3 distinct forces swirled around him, death, disaster, and something more sorrowful. She gasped. These aren't just powers, these are divine laws. She whispered in terror, this man is no longer human. He has become something else. A supreme god. Not 1 but 3 divine forces seemed to inhabit him. And worse, they weren't alone. Somewhere in the vast universe, the Watcher, Wadu, felt a ripple across reality. He stared at the screen. He could sense it too. There's someone else. Hidden, just out of sight. The interview began. Good afternoon, SCP-1440, the doctor greeted him. The old man nodded. You too, doctor. Do you know why we brought you here? I do. And I admire your persistence, but your previous attempts have proven you cannot help me. He paused, his eyes filled with sorrow. For your own good, doctor, you must let me go. The first brother stands behind you. Everyone froze. First brother. There was no one else in the room. Even Watu leaned in. How can he see them? Even I can barely detect their forms. Was this the source of his curse? The doctor, clearly nervous, pressed on. You mentioned 3 brothers. Who are they? SCP-1440's face twisted with grief. Yes. 3 brothers. Different but the same. Cruel. Vengeful. Unforgiving. They caused my suffering. And yours too. He looked behind the doctor again. The second brother has arrived. You are out of time. Let me go, or none of you will survive. But on the screen, no one else was visible. Still, at Camartage, the Ancient One felt a new presence. A dark red aura, symbol of disaster, now hovered over the room. It was followed by black, death itself. Wadu's hands trembled. He could feel the second figure now. A fiery force of destruction that could shatter planets. He turned to the first brother. One glance. And fear crushed him. He saw death. True death. SCP-1440 spoke again, softer now. The third brother never appears. He is the cruelest of all. Because only he can set me free. I searched for him, tried to give back what I stole from the others. But he never comes. He looked at the doctor with pity. The second brother has placed his hand on your shoulder. It is too late now. Destruction follows him closely. The doctor tried to remain calm. Any last advice? SCP-1440 nodded solemnly. If you ever play a card game with death to save your life, never do one thing. What's that? Win. Then he closed his eyes in pain. The screen flickered, then went black. To be continued, get membership in Patreon to read more chapters. Extra chapters available in Patreon. Patreon.com/Dragonscribe31. Chapter 127, Chapter 127, A Card Game with the Supreme God. He won 3 artifacts from the Supreme God. 1,195 words. When the old man, SCP-1440, uttered the word, win, with pain in his voice, a strange stillness fell over the live stream. The entire Marvel Universe, watching from screens across dimensions, paused in silent confusion. What did he mean by win? At S.H.I.E.L.D., director Nick Fury narrowed his one good eye at the screen. Though he lacked the mystical perception of someone like the Ancient One, or the Watcher Wadu, he trusted instinct, and that instinct was screaming louder than ever. He had felt the growing unease the moment SCP-1440 began to mention the second being, and now it peaked. Then, boom! A violent explosion engulfed the screen. Flames soared into the sky. Without warning, Area 142's core facility detonated, defying every safety measure built into it. Postscript: Area 142 was destroyed despite multiple containment failsafes. All personnel on site perished. SCP-1440 was spotted unharmed 3,000 kilometers away 1 week later. Containment efforts have been indefinitely suspended following 3 additional breaches. As the smoke cleared and the postscript faded from the screen, Marvel went silent. 1 second. 2. 3. Then, an eruption. What the? Did anyone else see that? 2 shadows. Just for a second. I saw it too. The old man wasn't lying. There were 2 of them. Oh my God, I felt my mind breaking just watching that. Are those actual gods? Indeed, it wasn't just the explosion that had shaken everyone. It was what they had seen right before it happened. 2 phantoms, 2 impossible, terrifying figures, flashed across the screen. One brought disaster. Natural chaos, earthquakes, storms, fire. The other carried the scythe of death itself. And with one sweeping motion, he reaped the lives of everyone at Area 142. At S.H.I.E.L.D., the agents stared, frozen. Nick Fury stood like a statue, barely able to move, hands trembling. The feeling in his chest that had been bothering him for minutes finally had a name: terror. I saw. He whispered, I saw death. And destruction. Camartage. The Ancient One's eyes widened, her lips trembling as she grasped the edge of her cloak. In that brief moment, she had seen the true nature of universal law, not through books or meditation, but in raw, divine power. Supreme divinities. She whispered. Two of them, at once. It defied everything she knew. And for a moment, her mind nearly broke. She clutched her amulet, thanking fate that she hadn't opened the Eye of Agamotto in that moment. If she had, it might have destroyed her. Meanwhile, in the deepest part of the universe, the Watcher Wada stared, his ancient heart pounding. He had just seen Shangmi and Jaime, the supreme gods of death and disaster, appear in the same room. Billions of years of cosmic observation hadn't prepared him for this. Yet what disturbed him even more wasn't their presence. It was the old man they followed. SCP-1440. Why him? He didn't seem to command them. Yet they appeared around him, their powers swirling through his presence. Why would two supreme gods share their power with a single human being? What had this man done? And what was the cost? The scene returned to the facility. James, the high-level researcher of Site-19, stood silently, eyes glued to the last entry on the screen. Addendum SCP-1440-B. Due to the expansion of human civilization, SCP-1440 confirmed in his fifth containment attempt that he finds it increasingly difficult to avoid contact with humans. The unseen force driving his movement still pulls him toward populated areas. Efforts to create a permanent containment method continue. James set down the file. His hands shook. Even his normally calm demeanor was broken by what he had read. SCP-1440 had once been just an old man. Now, he was something else entirely. He grabbed his phone and made the call. This is James from Site-19. I request immediate participation in the SCP-1440 Final Containment Project. The chat exploded. Woo! James is a hero. Let's go. He knows what we want. He's not just brave, he's got style. On the other end of the line, the Foundation supervisor hesitated only for a moment. Approved. SCP-1440 was last seen near Site-187. Proceed with caution. Understood. As James ended the call, the screen cut to black. But for once the Marvel audience wasn't disappointed. They were hyped. The extraordinary chat group lit up too. Tony Stark, okay, hold up. Supreme gods of death and destruction. Where's the one for mechanical tech, huh? Deadpool, real warriors don't need tech. Muscles and madness, baby. Steve Rogers, should we really let James go alone? That SCP is dangerous. Hulk, I'm worried, but I also think James is special. Black Widow, honestly, he feels like someone even the universe favors. As anticipation built across dimensions, James appeared on screen again. Wearing a sleek black coat, he walked down a quiet, rain-drenched European street. Natasha Romanoff tilted her head. Is he on a mission? Nick Fury's eyes narrowed. He's going after SCP-1440. Gasps. Silence. Then, excitement. James approached an old tavern at the end of the street. From his earpiece came the voice of a hidden agent, target located inside. Doctor, are you sure you want to enter alone? James didn't answer. He just said, start recording. He pushed open the door. The tavern was empty, except for one man sitting alone at the bar. SCP-1440. The rhythm of James' shoes echoed across the wooden floor. As he approached, the old man didn't turn around. You shouldn't be here, child, SCP-1440 said calmly. But James didn't stop. He sat a few seats down, slid a coin across the bar, and poured himself a drink. Without a word, he poured some into SCP-1440's empty cup as well. The old man stared at him, then slowly accepted the gesture. You still believe you can contain me? James smiled faintly. No. But I think you have a story worth hearing. A long pause. Then, finally, SCP-1440 exhaled. It seems you're lucky today. They haven't followed me here. James nodded. Then talk to me. Before they do. The old man took a sip and looked into the distance. Sometimes I wonder what keeps me going in this cursed journey. I should have drowned in despair long ago. But somehow, I haven't. I guess it's rebellion. The memory of what I once was. He pulled out a battered deck of cards from his coat pocket. It all began with a simple game of cards. That was the beginning and the end. I played and I won. I won 3 gifts. And doomed myself forever. The entire world froze. He won 3 artifacts. From whom? James asked softly. A game. The old man nodded. Yes. I've thrown myself into oceans, into volcanoes, hoping to be buried forever. But the power of those 3 brothers always pulls me back. Beyond nature. Beyond fate. I even burrowed deep underground once. I thought maybe the earth could hold me. But in the blink of an eye, I was above ground again. Always walking towards civilization. I am like a plague. His voice trembled. And they will never let me go. To be continued, visit our Patreon for more. Get membership in Patreon to read more chapters. Extra chapters available in Patreon. Patreon.com/Dragonscribe31. Chapter 128, Chapter 128, Fate, Violent Death, Extinction, the Ultimate Weapon of the Supreme God. 998 words. After everything they had heard, even the slowest viewers in the Marvel Universe were beginning to understand the horrifying truth. The 3 brothers SCP-1440 kept mentioning. They weren't metaphors. They were real. They were the shadowy, divine entities responsible for the waves of death, destruction, and despair that followed this old man wherever he went. And yet, one question still haunted everyone watching. What was this mysterious card game? What kind of insane gamble had SCP-1440 entered into? And what had he done to attract beings so powerful they could be mistaken for death itself? SCP-1440 took another deep sip of the whiskey in front of him. His eyes were glassy now, fogged with memory, pain, and the weight of countless lifetimes. Now where were we? He asked quietly, almost to himself. The card game, James said gently. Ah. Yes. The old man paused. Then he began again. First it was the gamble. His voice trembled. I was young. I thought I had control. I thought I was smart. Brave. Defiant. But really, I was just scared. His eyes glazed over, as if seeing a scene far away in time. I had died in a war. I remember the battlefield, mud, blood, smoke. Then I awoke in a great, shadowy hall. There were 3 of them. 3 skeletal men in dark robes. They didn't say anything. Just watched as everyone else, my comrades, soldiers, friends, walked silently into the light beyond. But I. He stared directly at James. I refused. The audience gasped. I had a wife. A beautiful young wife. A peaceful farm. I wanted to go home. I needed to go home. So I challenged them. I demanded a chance to win my life back. The old man closed his eyes, his voice laced with bitterness. They agreed. I won. And that was the first mistake. The chat feed of the Marvel Universe exploded. Wait, he died. He challenged death itself. No, 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 he won against the gods. James remained calm, nodding slowly. And they let you return. Yes. The old man said. But that wasn't enough. He raised a second finger. Second, I was too greedy. A cold chill spread through the room. I could have walked away. But no. I was arrogant. I said, why stop now? I beat death once, I can do it again. His eyes darkened. I stayed. I bet again. And again. And again. And I won each time. Silence. Absolute, stunned silence. He had beaten 3 divine beings, not once, but 3 times in a row. The death gods, those 3 brothers, were furious. But they honored the rules. And for my victories, they gave me 3 treasures. He motioned toward the 3 items before him on the bar. A cup. A deck of cards. And a small cloth bag. Shield headquarters. Natasha Romanoff leaned forward, wide-eyed. He really beat the gods. Nick Fury's face, however, remained serious. His fingers tapped the arm of his chair. No, he muttered. He didn't win. Not really. He might have gambled, but the house always wins. Especially when the house is a supreme god. SCP-1440 continued. They offered me wealth. Fame. Immortality. Glory. All to get their treasures back. But I refused. I wanted to see them humiliated. I wanted them to kneel. His eyes dropped to the bar, full of regret. That was the 3rd mistake. 3rd. I wasted their treasures. He picked up the first object, the cup. This belonged to the first brother. Fate. It held the water of life. 1 drop could push death away. 1 drop could restore someone from the edge of the grave. A collective gasp erupted across every screen. 1 drop. That's stronger than SCP-500. Bro, this old man had an anti-death chalice just lying around. Nick Fury leaned forward, ignoring the hype. He'd caught something more important. Restrains the death god, he whispered. So these artifacts, they weren't just powerful. They were weapons. On the screen, SCP-1440 went on. Whenever I saw the first brother, Fate, lurking over someone's shoulder, I poured a drop. And he ran. He hated it. Spat and cursed. But he left. I used it on the old, the weak, the sick until it ran dry. He paused. His hands trembled slightly. When my wife fell ill. The cup was empty. The first brother came for her. And I had nothing left to stop him. The chat went still. Those who had mocked the old man's pride now sat in silence. His mistake wasn't selfishness. It was generosity. He had used the most powerful water in the world on strangers, on people he didn't even know. And when he needed it most, it was gone. James didn't speak. He let the moment pass. Finally, SCP-1440 picked up the deck of cards. The second brother, Violent Death, gave me this. With these cards, I could stop him. I could call him. Command him. When war was brewing, I played. When conflict stirred, I played. When rebellion sparked, I played. And the cards obeyed. Camartage. The Ancient One stood in shock. Stop war itself, she murmured. To reverse death was incredible. But to halt human war, something driven by greed, belief, ego, that was truly divine. She'd seen wars across galaxies. But this man had held the power to silence them. Back on the screen, SCP-1440 nodded slowly. Civil wars. Border disputes. Rebellions. I played again. And again. The deck frayed. The edges bent. The faces cracked. And one day they stopped working. I watched war erupt again. I watched cities burn. I watched the second brother take millions. And I could do nothing. The live chat was frozen. So much death. So much sacrifice. And all of it for nothing. James asked nothing. He just waited. Finally, the old man looked at the last object. The cloth bag. This, he whispered, is the treasure of the third brother, the most powerful of them all. Extinction. Visit our Patreon for more. Get membership in Patreon to read more chapters. Extra chapters available in Patreon. Patreon.com/Dragonscribe31. Chapter 129, Chapter 129, Execution of Death God. James becomes the chief researcher. 1,125 words. The old man's next words shook the entire Marvel universe. He rested his weathered hands on the third artifact, a rugged cloth bag slung over his shoulder like an old shepherd's satchel. It didn't shine or glow, and it wasn't adorned with mystic runes or divine symbols. It looked ordinary. But what he said next changed everything. This is the bag of extinction. And it can hold anything. Even disasters. The chat exploded. What? A bag that contains hurricanes. This guy has an infinity bag for global annihilation. Why is this not in a vault somewhere? Even James, calmly seated a few feet away from SCP-1440, leaned forward in surprise. He had suspected the bag was special. After all, it was one of the 3 artifacts won from the gods of death themselves, but this. Camartage. The Ancient One nearly dropped her teacup. Even natural disasters. She whispered, staring wide-eyed at the screen. If that bag is real, we could protect the entire Earth. She imagined it, Camartage shielded from cosmic destruction, natural catastrophes sealed away like minor inconveniences. That level of power was divine. Shield Nick Fury rubbed his forehead, overwhelmed. We need that bag, he muttered. Internally, we could end all terror threats. Externally, it would make Earth untouchable against alien forces. But as the initial awe began to settle, a dark realization dawned. Wait, if this bag still works. SCP-1440 nodded slowly. The bag of extinction is the most durable of the 3. But even it is fraying. Its seams are weakening. It can only be used one more time. The room fell silent. One use. Just one. And he hadn't used it. Not to protect himself. Not to end his curse. Not even to save his wife. James asked, almost holding his breath, why haven't you used it? The old man looked up, his eyes clouded but clear. Because it's my last chance to end this. If I can trap the third brother, total annihilation, I can finally force them to release me. To let me die. The audience gasped. He wanted to die. Eternal life had become eternal torment. The immortality he won wasn't a gift, it was a curse. A punishment. A slow unraveling of everything he once loved and stood for. I've tried, he continued. I've searched across continents, through dimensions. But the third brother never shows. He never comes. Not even to mock me. He stared off, as if seeing something far away. When death comes by accident, there's no feeling. No presence. Just silence. He looked back at James. His voice was calm but hollow. And now, I walk endlessly. Cursed. Forever. Immortality. Endless wandering. And everywhere I go, destruction follows. James didn't speak. No one did. Until the old man looked toward the tavern's window. His tone shifted. His body stilled. His eyes turned to glass. He's here. Boom. A massive explosion rocked the tavern. Flames shot into the sky. The pub windows shattered, shards of glass slicing through the air. Some even cut across James' face, leaving streaks of blood. But he didn't move. He sat there, eyes locked on the old man. "Who are they?" he asked, softly but firmly. SCP-1440 stared at him. He seemed surprised by James' calmness. Then, slowly, he began to speak. "Shangmi, the third, he is death itself. He controls birth, aging, sickness, and the harvest of souls. He leads an army of the dead. Jaime, the second, is the embodiment of chaos. Disaster incarnate. The four horsemen of the apocalypse answer to him. When he walks, the earth cracks beneath his feet." He paused, his voice dropping to a whisper. "But the worst is total annihilation. The first. Not death. Not disaster. But the absolute end. The unmaking of existence. The return to non-existence. He is the metaphysical void." James' breath hitched. Even in the Marvel universe, filled with cosmic titans and reality warpers, this was something different. Shield Nick Fury stood motionless, his fingers digging into the table. Natasha whispered, "He's not just talking about gods. He's talking about the concept of oblivion itself." Outside the tavern, James stepped through shattered glass and burning debris. The street was devastated, as if a meteor had struck it. The field agents who had been hiding. Gone. A crater remained where they had stood. Total annihilation. The words echoed in the hearts of every viewer. Camartage. The Ancient One, once filled with awe at the artifacts, now sat pale and silent. She had dared imagine possessing the bag of extinction. Now, she was glad she had only seen it on a screen. Because what came with it was terror itself. The Observer Dimension. Watcher Watu let out a long breath. He had observed cosmic gods, the end of civilizations, even multiverse collapses. But the three death gods. They terrified even him. He whispered, "They are on par with the Crimson King. Maybe worse." Back in S.H.I.E.L.D., agents muttered, trying to grasp what they had just witnessed. Nick Fury shook his head grimly. "We thought the Earth was dangerous. Now we know, we were just lucky." Then, the screen shifted. A new location. Back at the Foundation. Dr. Kondraki stormed into the room, waving a report. "Are you insane?" he shouted at James. "You went to see him." He flipped through the pages, muttering, "Shangmi. Jaime. Total annihilation, unbelievable." James stood calmly. "Do we have any more records on them?" Dr. Kondraki looked up, surprised. Then he smirked. "Of course we do. You think we don't document the gods of death?" He handed over a sealed file. "They're recorded by the Theological Division. They're known as the three Yamas, supreme beings that rule over death. Before creation, there was void. They are the darkness that followed. The end of all things. They created the concept of endings itself." Even the Marvel audience, used to threats like Thanos and Galactus, fell into stunned silence. They hadn't imagined just how deep this rabbit hole went. Dr. Kondraki leaned back in his chair, lit a cigarette, and exhaled slowly. If those weren't just projections. If those had been the real three Yamas. Reality would have shattered. James didn't reply. He just nodded. "So what will the Foundation do?" he finally asked. Dr. Kondraki grinned. "Neutralized." James blinked. "We're neutralizing him." He nodded. "We can't kill him. We can't contain him. But we can ensure he's avoided. Categorized. Monitored. And forgotten." James turned to leave. But before he could reach the door, Dr. Kondraki called out, "Wait." He tossed a new file at him with a sly grin. "Congrats, kid. The O5 Council just promoted you." James caught the folder. The label read, SCP-999. "You're the new chief researcher." To be continued, visit our Patreon for more. Get membership in Patreon to read more chapters. Extra chapters available in Patreon. Patreon.com/Dragonscribe31. Chapter 130, Chapter 130, The Interaction Between SCP-999 and SCP-986 Words. After the terror brought by the 3 death gods, the world didn't expect the next file to bring laughter and peace. Project Designation, SCP-999, The Tickle Monster. Object Class, Safe. James, newly appointed as chief researcher, raised an eyebrow as he opened the file. Dr. Kondraki, standing nearby, groaned. Seriously? This assignment is ridiculous. Do you know how many people beg for the 999 file? He pointed at James with a sour expression. You must be someone's favorite in the O5 Council. Otherwise, why would they dump this golden task on you? James didn't reply, but the moment the file opened, the live stream chat exploded with confusion. SCP-999. Why's it called the Tickle Monster? Is this some kind of joke after all that Death God trauma? Finally, a safe class. I was starting to think every SCP was an apocalypse waiting to happen. SHIELD Headquarters. Natasha Romanoff let out a long breath. Thank God. I thought James had become the new poster boy for Keter-class nightmares. But Nick Fury wasn't convinced. His instincts whispered that something was off. Why would the O5 Council assign James to a safe class, he muttered. There's always another layer with them. Boss, Natasha said, rolling her eyes, not everything is a conspiracy. Nick didn't respond. He kept his eye on the screen. Containment procedures, SCP-999 may move freely within the site during the day. Between 8 to 9 p.m., it must return to its room. Staff must feed it twice daily and ensure the room stays clean. During downtime, staff are encouraged to spend time with SCP-999, especially when it's bored. Speak to it gently and avoid sudden aggression. The live stream exploded. This is a containment file. This thing has a bedtime. Are we sure 999 isn't just a dog in disguise? Wait, the Foundation plays with it when it's bored. Back at SHIELD, Natasha laughed. Now I really want to see what this thing is. Nick Fury, still skeptical, kept watching. Description: SCP-999 appears as a large, gelatinous, orange-yellow slime-like creature. It weighs approximately 54 kilograms and resembles a living beanbag chair. Its structure is semi-transparent, elastic, and composed of an unknown, oil-like substance. The outer layer is like a soft animal membrane, about 0.5 centimeters thick. It can flatten parts of its body and stretch out like silly putty. While capable of drinking liquids, SCP-999's skin repels water. Its internal structure is jelly-like, and it can digest organic matter easily. Marvel viewers blinked. Wait. It's literally a blob. An orange slime with healing powers. So it's Play-Doh come to life? SHIELD. Natasha was still smiling. That's adorable. Nick Fury, though skeptical, muttered, a blob that the Foundation keeps happy with snacks and hugs. This feels too cute. Behavior: SCP-999 is extremely playful and behaves like an overly excited puppy. It rushes toward humans, wraps them with slime tendrils, and begins tickling them while giggling loudly. Its surface produces smells based on the person it interacts with, from chocolate to roses to fresh laundry. At this point, everyone, even hardened SHIELD agents, began to melt. I want one. Can I adopt it? Please? It's literally a therapy blob. Effects: touching SCP-999 immediately induces euphoria. Emotional healing increases with exposure. Even after separation, the uplifting effect lasts for hours. SCP-999's favorite activity is tickle fights, wrapping humans and playfully tickling them until they cry with laughter. Though some injuries may occur from excessive tickling, SCP-999 has never intentionally harmed anyone. When it accidentally causes pain, it curls into a ball and whimpers like a puppy. Even James cracked a rare smile while reading this section. Dr. Kondraki pointed at him. Aha! There it is. Even you couldn't resist. James ignored him and kept reading. SCP-999 shows deep empathy. It prefers to comfort sad or injured individuals. Subjects with PTSD or depression report massive emotional improvement after interaction. Its slime is currently being studied as a potential antidepressant. Shield. Every agent now wanted to volunteer for the 999 program. Let it hug me, one agent joked. Nick Fury looked mildly disturbed. I don't trust anything that smiles that much. Camartage. Apprentices were already arguing about who would summon it first if it ever came to their temple. The Ancient One, however, narrowed her eyes. Too simple. This assignment doesn't fit James. Unless. She suspected there was more, as always. Additional notes: SCP-999 refuses to eat meat and loves candy. It enjoys playing with modern tech, including guns. Its intelligence is debated, but its understanding of human speech is undeniable. At the bottom, James spotted something strange. A short note from the Foundation read: Warning, do not feed SCP-999 any caffeinated drinks. He raised an eyebrow. Why? Dr. Kondraki groaned. Ugh. Last week, some idiot gave it a Coke. That little slime bounced off the walls for 30 minutes. Looked like a pinball machine. He sighed. It was so hyper it got sick from the carbonation and refused to move for the rest of the day. We had to discipline the staff responsible. The live chat burst out laughing. This is the most adorable SCP ever. From death gods to soda-sick blob babies, what a roller coaster. James finally looked up from the file. This still doesn't explain why I was assigned. Dr. Kondraki shrugged, smirking. Honestly. Might be because of this. He pulled out a videotape and tossed it across the table. A cross-experiment. Between SCP-999 and SCP-666. James immediately froze. Shield Nick Fury's eyes narrowed. I knew it. I told you. Natasha groaned. Kondraki continued, last week, some genius thought it'd be fun to see what would happen if we let the tickle monster interact with SCP-666, also known as the Crimson King. To be continued. Visit our Patreon for more. Get membership in Patreon to read more chapters. Extra chapters available in Patreon. Patreon.com/Dragonscribe31. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.